Hello, and welcome to Matthew Media. I've got a wonderful project for you guys. Our project is going to be a MERN stack blog that we are going to create. We are building it from scratch, okay? We're going to create the UI, we're going to create the backend, we're going to be using Material UI, or now known as MUI, for the front end, and we're gonna be using Node, um, MongoDB, for the back end. Um, so just to give you guys a little preview, I've got this is the main page, right? This one's a little bit fun. Each time you go to it, it pretty much gives you a brand new picture. Wow, this is beautiful. But this is our main login page. We have a different login page as well. Gonna show that this is your register page if you need to create an account. But yeah, if you just going on the login page, this is what you're seeing versus the home login page. This is the main page. So yeah, let's log in and see what's inside. Now that we've logged in, so this is it. We've got our header here. It's our demo blog. We've got navigation. We've got the profile. We've got our blogs. Profile is where you go. You can edit your information. Peter Pan. Right. Let's change last name to Peter Bugle. We can update that. Right. Let's say I want to put it back to Pan, and then I was like, you know what? Let me change my name to Bugle. I hit cancel. It just remains the same. My blogs here is a list of all of my blogs. Over here is a list of them, and just the title of the blogs. And over here, I kind of have like a cards, the previews of the blogs. Um, if I want to read, if I want to go to the blogs directly, um, I click on read more, and this is my blog. Um, if I want to create a new blog, I have my create buttons right here. We've got our auto generate buttons. So pretty much this feature was fun. It's animated, um, and also I can set how many words per sentence, how many sentences per paragraph, and how many paragraphs per blog, and just have it generated for me. Even the title is generated. I'm using for this one. I'm using lorem ipsum npm package. So that was fun. Um, let's see. Let's save that, and it redirects us to the new blog. Um, I can go back now. We have 3 blogs. So for the display, I'm using Material UI, but Material UI has a it has a masonry component that I employed here, which I really love. Let's see. Let's create a couple more so you'll get to see what the masonry is. Um, so you see how it's aligning it like you're laying bricks, right? Like as if I don't know if you've ever noticed in a picture, not a picture, in like a collage of pictures where the pictures are not like aligned right on top of each other. It's like this is like that, but this one is up a little bit. That's what masonry does. You just tell it how many rows. I have it for how many columns. I have it for 2 columns, and it just aligns it for you, just perfectly. But yeah, let's see what else. I have my log out buttons right here. I can log out, register. Got your first name, last name. Your email. Your email is going to be your username. I've got password, show password. I've got all that functionality for you here. So I'm excited to show you exactly how I created this. If you're excited as well, don't forget to hit the subscribe button. Don't forget to like and leave comments. Hit the bell so that way next time I upload a new video, you get the notification, so you don't get hit with FOMO. Okay, best way to cure FOMO is to subscribe and hit the like button. All right, hit the bell, hit the like, subscribe. So thus far, all I've done is I created the repo on GitHub, and I cloned it on my desktop, and I npm init. That's it. That's all I've done. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to install a couple dependencies. So let's get that out the way. We're going to need, we're going to be using Express. We're going to be using Mongoose. We're going to be using bcrypt, colors, and JSON web token, and probably a couple more, I believe. All right, so let's install a couple dependencies. So let's do npm I bcrypt, bcrypt.js, colors, .env, express, let's see, JSON web token, mongoose. Yeah, so we're gonna hit enter, let it do its thing, and I'll get back to you in a few. Okay, so the first round of installs are done. We're going to install a couple of dev dependencies. So we're going to install Nodemon, and we're also going to install concurrently. The reason I'm installing these two is once we get to the front end, I'm going to be running one command, and it's going to start both the front end and the back end of it. All right. So let's do that. While it's doing that, we're going to create a couple of directories here. So let's do server. Server-js. All right, and in our server file, our server is pretty much going to be our backend, really. I can actually just call it backend. Let's see. No, let's keep it. Let's keep the folder name as server. Okay, well, let's create our, modify our server file. So we're going to require Express. We're also going to require colors, and I like this. I like colors because it allows us to, when we have to console something in the terminal, console log something in the terminal, we can give it we can color coordinate it so that way when a bunch of crap pops up in our terminal, it helps us quickly identify what we're looking for. So if it's an error, I like to put it as red. If it's something that I'm expecting, I like to put it as blue. So you'll see how that goes. Let's see what else we need. We're going to need Mongoose. Okay, gonna need Mongoose. So let's And then we're going to do, let's do app.use, and we're going to call Express. And then we're going to scroll down, and we're going to do app.use. These are our middlewares here. Creating express.json, and we're going to say extended false. Extended false, okay. And then we're going to do app.listen, okay. And we're going to set it on port. Going to set an anonymous function here. And then we're going to do console info. Now we're going to do backticks, and this is where you get to see the color, how color is going to work here. So we're going to do, I have an extension that kind of completes, I forgot what it's called, but this extension completes the code for me based on what I've done so far. It's very intuitive. I like it, although I do have to admit it does make me a little bit lazy, but not complaining. So the color, we're gonna give it, let's give it a background cyan, okay. And then we're gonna do underline, and we're gonna give it a bold. All right. I'm gonna give it a bold. There, the port, we don't have that yet, so our port, let's do const port is equal to process.env.port or 5000. Let's create that. Let's create our .env file. All right. So what do we need for our .env? Well, we need an address. We need a URL for our database. So we're gonna do mongoose, Mongo URI. And that's gonna be MongoDB colon / MongoDB is MongoDB. I believe it uses port 1270.0.1, and it uses port 27017. All right. So we do that, and then of course we have to give our database a name. So let's do blog demo. All right. And for security purposes, we also have to give it a secret. So we're going to do JWT. So that JWT here would be JSON Web Token secret. You guys can name it whatever you want. Me, I'm calling it blog demo API secret. All right. And then port, of course, port 5000. What? Not a colon, 5000. All right. Let's make sure our /env here is in our git ignore. Let's see, env. Let's add that. I'm not sure, but let's add that. env. Whoops. En. Actually, it already is, because if it wasn't, it would be highlighted like everybody else. Okay, like all the others. Okay, something else that we need to do. Inside of our server. Actually, no, that's it. I was going to say inside of our server directory, but I really mean inside of our, let's go back to our server file, server.js, and we're going to create a connection to the database. All right, so we're going to do const connect db. It's going to be an async function, asynchronous function, and we're going to do a try catch and do const con. Let's see if our app will do it. Await mongoose. Here we go. Await mongoose connect process. Now if there, let's do console log where it's connected. If that fails, we're gonna throw a catch. We're gonna throw an error in the catch. Like this. However, we're going to customize our error a little bit. We're going to do error. And it's going to be error message. And we're going to do, we're going to give it a red background actually. So it's BG for background red. We're going to underline it and make it bold as well. All right. And I believe this is it so far. Oh yeah, this was a function, so now we gotta call it, otherwise it would not work. So connect DB, we save. So now we have to go back to our package.json file and update the scripts, so that way we can run the server. So we're going to do start. Whoops. We're going to do start, and we're going to do node server that /server.js. All right. Why is this red? I'm confused. Okay. All right. That was confusing me as to why it was red. We're going to do server now. And again, it doesn't matter what, it doesn't matter if we have the start or the server script. It doesn't matter what I'm trying to say, it doesn't matter if you have the server or it doesn't matter in what order it is what I'm trying to say. So we're going to do nodemon. I'm going to do server.js like this. And I believe now we can run it. So let's say npm run start. Let's pause. Actually, we're not going to pause. Let's see what it does. So I have an error. It's saying app is not defined. So we got to go to server. Oh yeah. It's app, it's const app is equal to this. This is what I should have done. Some of you probably already caught that, right? I'm sure some of you have. So let's clear. and do npm run start and see how that works. So I had an error. All right, so I paused it because I had an error, and there are two things. I did not include this, and also another error that I had. It's good we're debugging this as well. Is maybe you've noticed, but earlier in the .env file, I had mono underscore URI where it should be Mongo. Okay. So now that I've solved that, go back to server and run npm start at terminal. We should see a notification that says server is running on port 5000, and it should also say MongoDB connected to here we are. All right. Actually, I don't like this color. Let's call it BG green. Let's create our front end for now. Let's just initialize it. So let's do npx create React app, and we're gonna call that client. Hopefully I don't get there's a bug that I've been getting lately. Oh, good, not getting it. Okay, so it's installing those. All right, so while it's doing that, let's go in our server folder. We're going to create our routes folder. We're going to create controllers folder, and we're going to create our models folder. Okay, so first thing we're going to do is we're going to go in our models folder, and we're going to create a user.js file. In our user, pretty much all we're going to get from it is the user is going to need a first name, a last name, an email, password. That's it. That's all we're requiring. Okay. So let's create a model. Let's create a schema. Okay. We are going to need Mongoose. All right, and so here we go. Const user schema, and let's say first name. The type is going to be string. It is going to be required. Last name. Also, type is going to be string. Is going to be required. Email. Type string, required true, but this time it's going to be unique. And then our password, also type string, required, and no, that one does not also need to be unique. All right. And then something else that we're going to do is we're going to add this little thing, timestamps. We're going to add that to true. All right. So now that we have added that to true, we're going to close that. Something is throwing an error here. Oh, I see what's throwing the error. Over here. Over here. I missed the semicolons. Over here. And error is gone. And then we're going to do module.export equal to mongoose model user schema. All right. And now let's jump to our controllers. Okay. Doing this a little bit backwards. Our controller. Let's create a file. Let's say user controller.js. We're going to need the user. So let's require that user model. We're going to need bcrypt. Okay, we're going to need const JSON web token. We're going to call that JWT. And then our good old colors, const colors. All right. And then we're going to do, for now, let's say we're definitely going to need the, let's see, register user. Hold on. Let's see. Yep, register user. Register a user, access that's going to be public. And here we go. But we're not doing it like this. We're going to do const register user. All right. And then we're going to do res.send register user. And then we're going to log in the user. Log in, description, log in the user, also public. And also on this one, we're going to say res.send login a user. And then for now, all we're doing is we are, let's export those two, okay? Say register user, login user, all right? So we've done the model, we've done the controller, we'll start at the controller. Now let's go to our routes, connect all of that, and then so we can use it in our server.js file. So we're going to create a user route.js file, user route.js, and under that one, we're going to require express. Express, and we're going to need router, and that's going to be from express.router, and we are going to import those two. Let's say register user, login user, and we're going to do require. We're going to do that from controller. And let's do at the bottom, let's do module.export router. Okay. And so let's get our routes going. So it's for the register, it's going to be router.post register. Okay, and it's also going to be router.post also, which is going to be our login. And you know what? Let's do router.get this one profile. And it's going to be get profile. So let's work our way back and create that one. Get profile. Let's go back to user controller. And so let's do get profile, description, get user profile. That one is private, and it's going to be const get profile, get user profile. Okay, so these are so far. These are our routes. Now let's connect all of these three Now we're not going to need user routes anymore. We're not going to need user.js anymore. Let's connect. Let's connect those routes to our server.js. So it's app.use. We're going to do /API users. And it's going to be routes dot user, actually not dot user route. It's going to be dot /routes user routes. So when we call API /API users, our server is going to receive it. It's going to forward it. It's going to look into our routes folder. It's going to pull up the user routes, and the user routes is going to kind of like a traffic cop forward it to where it needs to go. Okay, so let's see how that works. We created the controller, the model, and the routes for the user. So now we're going to use Thunder Client, which is an extension that allows us to use pretty much an API, third party, like Postman or Insomnia. It allows us to do the very same thing inside of Visual Code, so we don't have to go outside and use Postman. So let's run our server, npm start. Okay, server is running, and we have a connection to the database. So let's go http :/localhost. Let's see, local. Actually, you know what? Blogger, I believe, settings, auth environment. I believe there's a way that we can create. Variables. I believe I already had that. So let's see. Base URL. So getting the user is going to be API/users/register, and this is going to be a post. Let's see what it does. API, so okay, so I'm putting API twice. So, so the first one, let's see, hold on. All right, so, all right, you know what? I'm not gonna confuse you guys. All right, so let's do this. So this base URL right here is, I've used this before. It's something that I've created in my local environment. So if you go to env for environment, and I already have this one, and in the base URL, okay, I have http localhost 5000 /API/. All right. So now that we've got that, let's go to collection. All we have to do is open 2 brackets, type in base URL, and then we just use the route. So we're going to do users/register, and we're sending register user. Let's do the same thing. Let's copy this. Let's do the same thing for login, except it's going to be a post. Okay, let's save this, save these 2, and this one is profile get user profile. So if you remember in our controller, for the register, we're sending register a user. We're sending login a user, and we're sending in get user profile respectively. So this is what we're getting here. All right. So now that we know we have direct connections to those paths, let's go back and create the functionality for registering our user. Okay, so when we're registering a user, let's close this server right here, over here. Okay, when we're registering a user, what are we sending? Let's do a try catch. God, I love that extension. I forgot what it's called, but I still love it. And also, let me use my colors here. Error message. And that one we're going to do red. We're going to do BG red, because I want my errors to pop up down here. We're going to do BG red, underline, and we're going to make it bold. Okay? Matter of fact, let's do try catch for all of them. Let's get rid of this one. Let's put this one in here for now. And try catch error. Okay, get rid of that. And let's put this in here. Bingo. Easy peasy. Okay. So what are we sending? Well, let's return. Actually, now let's do JSON instead. Let's return JSON.body. Okay. Let's go to register user. Let's look at the user. We need the email, we need a password, we need first and last name. Okay. So let's go to register user. We're gonna go to Thunder Client. In the body, we're gonna send it a JSON. We're gonna say first name Peter. We're gonna do last name Pan. We're gonna do email. Call it peterpan@mail.com. Password. Gonna do capital P S S W O R T 123. Okay. So it should return right here this. Okay, it's not doing that. It's still sending. Oh, I see what's going on here. Okay. res.json.rec.body. Now if we go back to register user up here, wait, I saved, but nothing happened here. I believe I know why. Let's debug. Part of the problem that I was having earlier, the reason why when I changed this right here, it was not sending the request.body is because it was not hot reloading, okay? And that bugged me. So what I did was, of course, as you know, like a video or two ago, I created the client. So what I did was I went back to the package.json in the server for the server file for the backend. I have not touched the client. Anything in the client remains as is. I've not touched anything. I added these 2 lines. Okay, so I'm running the client all together, and then I'm also running concurrently. So now I do npm run dev, and I'll show you NodeMon is going to kick in, right? So now that NodeMon kicks in, anytime I make a change, you'll see it automatically. So just to give you a brief synopsis. All right, so I am sending, this is my, this is what I'm sending. I'm supposed to receive that JSON object down here. So let's see, receiving it here. Now let's verify to see if it's hot reloading. Let's change this and say res.send. So now, even though I'm sending a JSON object, it's going to return register a user. Register a user. Okay, so let's get rid of this. Let's set everything back. And just to show you, I'm going to hit save. You're gonna notice some mumbo jumbo here on the terminal. Okay, here we go. All right. So let's work our magic for register user. Okay. So for register user, we are going to deconstruct from the body. It's going to be first name, last name, email, and password. Those are the things that we need. Okay. Make sure that we are indeed receiving all 4 of those variables. So let's create an array. I like to create, let's call our array toast. I like to call them toast because in the front end, we're going to be using React Toastify. So you can call it error, whatever you want. So we're going to say if not first name, okay, we're going to do toast, and we're going to push the message. The message is first name is required. Also, we're going to send a type for error because our toast, it's going to be an error. Let's hold Shift, Alt, and we're going to hit the down arrow 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, it's a neat little trick that I learned. All right, so let's change these. Last name, and we're going to do last name is required. First name, got that. Let's do password. A valid password is required. All right. Now, so for the email and the password, we're gonna run 2 checks here. Actually, let's get rid of that. For the email and password, we're gonna run 2 checks. The password is if we don't receive a password, okay, we're gonna send that. If we received a password and password is, let me see, I want PASSWORD123. So I want my password to be between 8 characters, between 8 to 12 characters, okay? So if it's less than 8, or, actually let's do that. If we have a password and the password length is less than 8, or password length is greater than 12, we're gonna say a password must be at least 8 to 12 characters long. All right. And also, we're going to do something similar for the email. If we didn't receive an email, we're going to say a valid email is required. Valid email is required. Why is valid capitalized? Valid. And toast. Oh. Need another one here. All right. A valid email is required. Now, we can receive a string for the email, but now we have to verify that it is actually an email. Okay. So we're going to create a custom function for that. So we're going to do if email, and I'm going to say valid, it's not validated email, validate email. Say validated email. We're going to pass it the email. So for this one, it's going to say an email. A valid email is required. We can actually send that here. Let's see if it's not email or email is not validated. Yeah, let's do that. Okay? Now, this function we haven't done it yet, so let's do that. Function validated email. And it's going to take the email and we're pretty much going to use some regex. All right, and we're going to do const regex. And then it's going to be // s plus equal sign. No, I'm sorry, not equal sign, @ / s plus, it's already here for me. And then we're going to return regex test email. And that's it. That's all that's going to do. If it's a valid email, it's going to return true. If it's not a valid email, it's going to return false. So let's say a valid email contains the @ sign. So let's say valid email @mail.com returns true, where as valid mail.com returns false. So it needs to have the at sign. Valid email. Okay. So just to give you guys a little bit heads up, that's what it's supposed to do. Okay. So let's test that, and then we'll see where it goes. Wait. So we have this. Okay. Now we're gonna say if toast that we created here, if any of those are triggered, it's going to add something. It's going to add an element to this array, right? So that's why we're checking if the length of it is greater than 1. If it's greater than 0, apologies, it's going to send an array, okay? So it's going to, if it finds any missing fields, it's going to stop right here. But if it didn't find any missing fields, it's just going to return to us what we sent. So let's test it out. We should be receiving this. Okay, now let's remove last name. Valid last name is required. Let's remove first name. A first name is required. Let's remove password. Oh, right here. A valid password is required. Let's say the password is longer than our 12. Password must be between 6 and 8. I want it between 8, so I have to change that. Okay, let's check the email. A valid email is required. Now we do have, let's put this, but let's mess with it. Let's remove the @ sign and send it. Again, it's working perfectly fine, okay? Hello, welcome back. We verified, we did some input verification, making sure that the user is sending the right information. So now that we have validated the user, first thing we're going to do is we're going to actually check to see if the user already exists. And the way we're going to do that is we're going to use await user.find1, and we're going to pass the email. Okay. Now, if there's a user, we're going to send a message. We're going to return an error, that's a 400 error that says user already exists. All right. If there isn't, if no user is found, which is what we want, we're going to do user is equal to a new user, and we're going to pass it rec.body. At this point, we verified that everything we need is in there, and we're just gonna pass it rec.body. We can actually, let me show you. There are several ways we could do that. We could do first name like this. We could do last name like that, email and password. Okay. We can go ahead and do it like this as well, and do first like this. This is kind of a long-handed way to do it, but an even shorter way to do it is to just pass in the body. The reason we can do it like that is because you'll notice that these are the only fields that our user model is accepting. So whatever else is in there is not going to register. Okay. So rec.body. So now what we're going to do is we are going to play with the password. we're going to hash the password. Okay, so we're going to hash password before saving it to database. So we're going to create a salt. Y'all didn't see that. Salt, and it's gonna await bcrypt .gen salt. Okay, and it's gonna do 10 rounds. Anything less than that is not as safe. Anything more than that is just it's gonna take too long, and it's also gonna what's the word I'm looking for here? Clog your user CPU. You don't want that. 10 is great. So now we're going to actually, you know what? Let's call this, instead of user, let's call it new user instead. I like it like that. It makes more sense. Okay. So now we're going to say, we're gonna hash the password. We're gonna say new user that password is equal to password, and then we're going to pass it the salt. Now we can actually go in and save. We're gonna say await new user that save. Wait, let's bring all of this up here. Otherwise, we'll get some errors. We're saving the user. We're not done, okay? What we could do right now is we can just send the new user. But that won't be the final end of it, because that would not be good, okay? Let's see. Let's go to register user right now and see what we got. Okay, so we've got first name. You see the password now is now hashed, right? Okay, but when we're registering the user, I don't want to return this. All I want is to return the token. So let's work on that. And this is where good old JSON Web Token comes in. But first, let's create our payload. Payload is going to be a JSON object. So it's going to be user, and it's going to be ID. It's going to be new user underscore ID. Okay, we created a payload. JWT sign. Let's sign our token. It's going to be payload process. JWT secret. Gonna expire. Let's say 360,000 seconds. Let me see. Pull out my calculator. 60 seconds in 1 minute times 1 hour times 8 hours. Wait, 8 hours times 60 minutes times 60 seconds. Is that math right? How many hours? How many seconds? How many seconds in 1 hour? Okay, so times that by 8 hours. Okay, I was right. So we want this to expire every 8 hours. Now, we're going to check to see if there's an error. If there's an error, we're going to throw the error. If not, we're going to return the token. Okay? So let's see. I'm getting an error here. Expected, I believe, here. Okay, bingo. So I just had to close up that parentheses here. So let's try to register. I believe since we already registered before, we got this, it's going to throw an error. It's going to throw this error right here. Where are we? It's going to throw this one. Let's test it out. Because we already registered the user. User already exists. So if we go to our, let's see, blog demo, user, let's delete this. By the way, this is MongoDB Compass. It's hooked up to my local database. Let's resend. Now we have a user. Still not, it should be sending me the token. Oh, right. Still have this. None of this is, it's not reaching this because I'm pretty much calling it quits here. Let's get rid of this one. Okay, let's go back and delete this user and try it again. Register, and here's our token. All right. So we're gonna stop this one right here. In the next video, we're going to make sure that we can log in, and then also get the profile for the user. All right. Welcome back. We successfully registered the user, able to send a token. In this one, we are going to continue with the functionalities to log in the user, okay? So first and foremost, let's go to our Thunder client and set up the parameters to send the JSON object to our database. So we're going to need email. Say peterpan@mail.com. Password, capital P, password 123. I do hope in your database you are using something that is more secure than password 123, but since this is just demo only, password 123 will do just fine. So now let's see. So now that we're sending it, let's make sure we are returning the proper way. So let's say res.json body. Let's close. Let's see. Let's save this. Close and move it over here. And voila. Okay. So now we're able to receive, okay? So similar to what we did in the register, we're gonna verify our inputs. So let's say if, nope, actually, to save time, let's just copy this. And post it up here. Okay, so let's try to send it without a password. We're supposed to get this message. Actually, one of these two should trigger. Oh, I know what. Let toast. Now we're good. Actually, no. I didn't. Here we go. Like that. Now we're good. Send. Here we go. A valid password is required. Put the password back in. Let's remove the email completely. A valid email is required. Let's put the email string and mess with it a little bit. Still getting the same error. So all of our validation logic is working. So first thing we're going to do is, now that we have received an email and password, let's verify. Let's see if a user actually exists. So before we were checking to see if a user exists. If it exists, since we're creating one and we found one with the same email, we couldn't do a duplicate. So now we're looking to see if a user exists, okay? But if we do not find a user, that's when we're sending the error, okay? We need to find a user, because if we don't have a user, we're gonna send an error message saying user does not exist, okay? So how do we do that? Let's mess with the email. Let's send a different email. And we're going to receive user does not exist. So all I've done here is, what I'm sending is instead of sending peterpan@mail.com, which is the registered email, I'm sending peterpan@mail.com with an S. It should trigger user does not exist error. And here we go. Now that we've verified that the user does exist, because it's not triggering a message. Actually, let me show you. If the user does exist, it's going to return to me the email and password. Bingo. All right. Now, the next step is to match the password. All right. So we're going to create a variable called isMatch, and we're going to do bcrypt compare. We're going to compare the password that was sent to us with the hashed password that is registered in our database. And bcrypt compare is going to use their own algorithm to use the unhashed password versus the hash password that we have in the database. All right. We want this, for a successful login, we want this to say yes. But what happens if it doesn't say yes? Well, this is where we're going to check. If it's not a match, we're going to send an error that says invalid credentials. You can say invalid username or password. I just put invalid credentials, all right? For database security, we want to tell the user, we want to send to the user that there is an error. We give them an error, a message as vague as possible. As vague as, how do I word this? I'm thinking cybersecurity in mind. We don't want to be too specific, because if we're too specific, a good hacker can hone in on that and mess with our database, okay? But we want to be as precise as possible while being as vague as possible as we can possibly be. All right, so invalid credentials, you figure out if you put in the wrong username and password. It's your account. You figure it out. All right. If this was not triggered, that means the username, the email, and the password were a match. So now we're creating a payload. We're creating a payload to send to the user. Oops. And in that, we're going to, again, actually, let's just go to our register user and copy this entire thing. because it's essentially the same thing. Send the payload and get rid of this. Oops. We're pretty much done here with registering user, with also log in the user. Now let's go to, where are we? Over here. Oh. So now instead of receiving the JSON object that we sent, we should be receiving a token, just like when we were registering the user. Moment of truth. And lo and behold, this is our token. Okay? This one is fairly easy. Welcome back. We were able to log in our user and got the token. So what we're going to do now is we are going to make sure that we can get the user profile. All right. Since a user can only get their own profile, we have to send the token back. We have to send a GET request for us to get the token. So for us to do that, we have to create a middleware. So let's go in our server folder. We're going to do middleware, and create a file, auth middleware.js. Okay, better. Okay. So what we're going to do in this one, we're going to import JSON Web Token. We're going to require it, and we're going to do module.export, and we're going to export a function. Say function rec res next. And we're going to, first we're going to get the token, check for the token. We're going to say const token. We're going to get it from the header. And then if there's no token, we're going to send an error. So my code pretty much recognizes everything that needs to be done. So let's just do a quick explanation. So first, we're going to look at the header for XAuth token. If we don't find it, we send no token authorization denied. If we do find it, then we're going to decode the token, and we're going to get the token, and we're going to use the JWT secret to decode it. And once we now decode it, we are going to get the user, and then we're going to hit next. All right. If there is a token, this is not going to be triggered. Okay, it's going to go on and it's going to hit this right here. Now, if the token is not verified, then we're gonna get hit with the 401 token is not valid. All right. So now that we have this, we have to go to our routes. We have to import auth. That middleware that we just created, we're going to call it auth. Require middleware, auth middleware. Now that we've called this, we're just going to pass it as a variable here. So we're going to pass it as a variable. We're going to open and close. What is that? Those are not brackets. I forgot what those. Array, brackets, parentheses. I forgot what they're called. I'm shooting a blank here. And then we're going to pass auth. Okay. The reason why we're doing that is we're privatizing the get profile, okay? Because it's going to be a private endpoint. So if we go to controller, you'll notice the register was had a public, the login was public, but the get profile is private. So pretty much what that's going to do is going to receive the route right here. It's going to go through this first, okay? That's the middleware. It's going to verify the token. If it doesn't find a token, it's going to send this and it's going to stop. If it does find a token, it's going to try to decode it, verify that it's the proper token, it's the correct token. If the token is not valid, it's going to send this error message and it's going to stop again. Let's do this right here. Message. Error. Type error. Let's do the same thing up here. Message. Type error. Okay. Make sure message here is properly spelled. Okay. So again, check for the token. If there is no token, sends an error, stop. If it finds a token, validate the token. If it finds an error at that point, it's going to send a message and it's going to stop. If the token is validated, it's going to return the user, and then right here, all of this is going to be done. Then it's going to, this next function right here is going to pass to this get profile. So this get profile functionality is right here. Then once it hits this, we can look for the user profile. So we're going to do const user, and we're going to do we're going to look for await user dot find by ID, and it's going to be, we're going to get the user from the request user dot ID, okay? And right here is when we're sending the user data, we're sending it minus the hash password. So now all we got to do is, if there was no user, we're going to send a 404, okay? User does not exist. And then, but if there was a user, we're going to return the user. All right. So how does all this work? Let's get our token. Let's copy our token right here. Let's go to Thunder Client, get profile, profile, and headers. We're going to do X auth token, and we're going to pass our token. Whoops, nope. Copy. Oh, wait. X auth token. I focus the cursor here and Control V, it's pasted. So token is not valid. Let's try again. Okay. So the reason why I got token is not valid is because when I pasted it, is if you'll notice that it's in quotation marks. So I had to remove the quotation from both ends. Actually, let's recreate the error. Okay. Token not valid because I've got quotations here. So let's remove the quotations from both ends, resend. Now I have the user information. Yeah, I got the profile. You know what else we're gonna do? So we remove the password. Let's remove the select minus V. Let's remove that as well. And a couple things. Let's remove the created at, and updated at. We don't need that. So once we ask for it again, these three fields will not be returned to us. Bingo. That's it. That's what we need. We were able to register, log in, and get the user profile with a token, and also ensure that only the user have access to their own profile. So if I cannot access your profile, you cannot access mine. All right. So now we are going to do essentially the same thing for the blogs. So we're going to create a blog route, a blog model, as well as a blog controller. Okay, so first is let's create the blog let's create the blog model. Okay, just gonna copy the user. Let's close some stuff here. Copy the user, paste it in the blog, and then modify it. So it's blog schema. So the blog is going to need a title. Oops, gonna need a title. It's gonna need the content. Lord help me, I cannot spell. It's going to need user. User does not need to be unique. Nothing here needs to be unique, actually. The user is going to be, what's the user? The type is going to be a mongoose schema. And then the reference is user. And of course, let's change, we're gonna say blog, and then pass it the blog schema. So as far as the model, we're done with that. We are gonna go into the controller, and we're gonna do blog controller.js. Okay, and we're going to blog controller. We're going to get, of course, the blog. We're going to require that. We're going to require that from the model. We're going to need colors. And then once we have that, let me see what else. We're going to do, do get blogs. No, not a get. Actually, let's change that. So it's description, get all blogs by user ID, our route is is not this. It's going to be /API/blogs. And access is going to be private. And we're going to do let me see. No. We're just going to send blogs like this. Res.json actually. And let's go over here to copy this, paste it down here, and we're good to go. Not really. We're gonna do const get blog. And so the next one is const create blog. Actually, we don't need the next here. Don't need that. Don't need that. Here we go. And let's see, const update blog. Do a try catch. We're gonna go back and update these real quick. So what I'm doing right now is I'm just creating the structure for it, and then const delete blog, try catch, res dot send deleting blog. Yeah, deleting blog. All right, and then let me see. We're creating, we're updating, we're deleting. Okay. Module exports, delete blog, update blog, create blog, and get blogs. Okay, so now that we've got these three, we're going to go into our route and connect the model with the controller. And then once that is done, we are going to go into the server and connect all of that to our server.js. So let's go to routes, blog route.js. Just kind of copy this. Auth middleware. Okay, so we need get blogs. Actually, this should be blog controller. It's get blogs and create blog, update blog, delete blog. Okay. So create blog is going to be a post. It's also going to be private, a private route. So we gotta add the auth here. Actually, let's take this, put it up top. I should have done this in order. It's confusing me a little bit. So get blogs, get blogs. Okay, post. Update is going to be a put. Update blog, also private route. And last but not least, let's copy this one. It's going to be, this one is gonna pass the ID, and it's gonna be delete blog. Also a private route. All right. Now we're going to our server.js. We're gonna do app.use blogs blog routes. We created the blog controller, the blog routes, and the blog model. So now what we're going to do is we are going to work exclusively now in, actually let's create a folder. It's called our blogs. And in that we're going to get request, and we're going to do get blogs. That one is a get request. Let's put base URL. Blogs. No token authorization denied, which is what was expected because if you remember in our blog route, I tried to run this one, but I didn't send any tokens, so of course I got this error. So how do we fix this? Well, best way to fix this is to get a token. Let's go to user. Let's go back to our login. Let's get this. And let's close that. Let's go to blog, get blog. In our header, we're going to do X auth token. Let's paste this. Make sure we remove the quotation. Let's try that again. We are getting an empty array because we don't have any blogs, but we're not getting any errors, so that's good. It returned a 200 status. Okay. So this is the get blogs. All right. So as we know, this is working properly. All right. You know what? Let's try something. Let's add an extra character in our token and see what happens. We get token is not valid. Let's remove that Q. Perfect. All right. So, create blog. We need create a. You know what? Let me see. Let's duplicate this one. Can I duplicate? Yes, I can. Let's rename this. We're gonna rename create blog, and that one is going to be a post. The reason why I duplicated, okay, because this one already had the token in the header, so I duplicated that. But if I had just do create new, I'll show you. Let's just give it any name here. See, header doesn't have it, so I just duplicated it, and it has the token, and I can just, let's save this. Okay, Now in the body, we're gonna need a title. Let's go to lorem ipsum generator. Okay. Let's generate. Okay. Well, that's a lot. But either way, so let's copy. Title is my. Whoops. Title is my first blog. Content. Oops. Content. Oh, okay. Yeah, I did not close this right here. Bingo. Okay, actually let me create a blog. Put that here, show you. So, passing in the title, okay, the content, and the user, it's getting it from because of the token that I sent. All right, and now it returned the I created a blog. So now if I go to get blogs, I'm supposed to have an array, which I do. Okay. Let's save this. Let's save that. And then get out of the dual screen so you could see. Create blog. Okay. All right. So now we're able to create the blog. Let's get another one. My second blog. My second blog. I'm getting my second blog. I misspelled second. Which is going to be very important. I'll show that to you. Welcome back. We were able to create new blogs and also get the list of existing blogs for the user. In this, what we're going to focus next is we're going to focus on deleting and updating the blog. But before we move forward, there is one thing that I wanted to do. Right here, we in the create blog, just in case if something went wrong and this blog here was not created, okay, let's call it new blog. Let's call it new blog. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's already there. Let's just save it. All right. Yeah, just in case, if after we try to save, there's something just went wrong, we're gonna return res.status 400, and it's going to be message blog not created. And type is going to be error. All right. So if something went wrong in saving this, this error is going to trigger and it's going to stop. That's what the return is for. If an error is not triggered, we're going to return the blog. Okay. So updating the blog. So when we're updating the blog, so what we're doing here is Mongoose has a find one and update find one and update. So what it's doing is, if you recall, in our blog route, the update one, which is a put, actually the put needs to also have the ID. It's a good thing I verified. Okay. So it's going to, Node is going to pull up the ID from the blog ID from the, I'm pulling a blank here, from the request parameters, okay? And it's also going to use our token to pull the user. So what we're doing is we are finding a blog that has the blog ID that we're going to provide, and also the user ID that we're going to provide through the token, okay? And it's going to make changes. All right? So it's going to do the title, the content, and it's going to return a new object. So now that we've explained that, let's test that theory, okay? So, let's create a wait. Let's go to here. Let's duplicate the create one. Let's rename that update blog. A couple things we need to change. It already has the token, so I don't have to worry about that. That's why I duplicated the previous one. Gonna change it to a put. And I also need to add the blog ID here. So let's copy that, paste. Okay. Double click. One bug that I've noticed here in Thunder Client, right click, cut or copy doesn't work. So you just double click on it, make your selection, and Control or Command C, depending on whether you are on a PC or a Mac, and then Control V in the location where you need to. All right. So now that I've had my endpoint updated, I make sure that I have the correct authentication. I just need to go into the body now and make the correction that I need to make. So we're going to change. We're gonna we had a typo here, so let's change that G for a D. And let's wait. Whoops. Let's do that one instead. I was in the wrong one. Okay. Change that for a D. Second. Hit send. Post API. Oh, post. Okay. I need to change that to a put. And voila. It returned the proper one. Okay. Now if we go to our blog, let me go to the database, go to the blog. Okay. We've got the correct one. Let's try that again. Okay, this time what we're going to do, let me see if I only, what would happen if I only send, let's do second blog updated. All right, let's see if I only change the title, if it's gonna mess with the content. Okay, so it's pretty much, it's going to depend on what you send. Whatever you send is what is going to be updated. Okay, now let's go verify that in our system. Okay, my content is still there. All right, so okay, let's go back to lorem ipsum and let's create another blog. And this one, we're gonna create it, and then we're gonna use that to delete. Actually, you know what? Yeah. Content. My third blog. Okay. My third blog. Now, let's delete that one. So what we're going to do is we are going to, let's duplicate this one. Duplicate, let's rename it. Delete blog, delete. We already have the header, the token, which is good. We don't really need much for the body. We just need to make sure we have the correct ID. Delete. Let's update the ID. Cannot get API blog ID. Okay. So let's go to route. Oh, this needs to be delete. Okay. Now let's try that again. Deleting blog. So we did hit the right one. We just didn't have the functionality for it. Okay. All right, and we're going to do, let's see, let's do const. Gonna do find one and delete. Okay, so just like find one and update, we're gonna do find one and delete. So it's going to look for the user, the user ID, which we're getting from the token, and we're gonna get the blog ID, which we're sending via parameter. Okay, so now let's try. Let's see what happened. I'm not returning anything. I think I'm probably going to end up in suspension here. Let's see. Yep, processing because I never returned anything. However, let's look. We still have 2. Okay. Let's do something else real quick. Let's cancel that request. Let's recreate my third blog. Let's go back to get blogs. So we have 3 blogs. Let's go and see. Okay, we have 3 blogs. Okay, let's get the ID for the third one. And let's just do this. Okay, so I updated everything that I need to update, but this time what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back to the controller and we have to send something. Actually, need to put that back here as well because it needs something. Okay, so now what we're going to do is wait, not here, over here. We're going to do res.json. It's going to be a 200 status because we successfully did that. And then we're going to do message, blog deleted, type success. Okay, so we're gonna send a toast. So let's do that. Blog deleted successfully. And voila, we were able to delete, create, update, and get. Okay? Let me see. We're going to stop it right here. And actually, you know what? Before I do, let's try to update this one. Just want to to show you. I don't remember if I did that already, but let's update one without proper authorization. Let's remove the header right here, the token. No token, authorization denied. So validation works. I'll see you guys in the next video. I believe this is it for the back end. We are going to start working on the front end. We pretty much completed the back end. But off camera, what I did was I did a little housekeeping, okay? So what I did was, if you recall, the node modules, the .env, the package.json, the server file, all of those things, they were, well, okay. So here's what it looked like, the structure, okay? So I pretty much took the package.json, package lock.json, the readme, and I threw all of that into the server folder, okay? And I also went into the server package.json. Let me put them side by side so you can see what I did, so you can understand. So that way, you don't have to do this. It's just something that I did myself, okay? So this is what the server file looked, well, not the server file. This is what the package.json file looked like before. So what I did was, if you look at line 7, I changed it instead of line 7, instead of node start nodes server / server. I removed the folder directory here because now they're in the same folder. I did the same thing for line 8. Line 9, which was a little different, I prefixed it with, I went back, if you look at right now, I got out of that folder with .. So if you do that, and then what you could do, once you do that, you can just transfer, depending on how fast your computer is, you can transfer the node module folder into the server folder, or you can just delete it from where it is and go into the server folder and run npm install. So it's up to you how you want to do it. So now that this is done, we are now going to move forward into our client folder. A couple videos back, I did npx create react app client. So now we're going to go into that. This is what it looks like running, okay? This is the default. This is what it comes to. So let's go ahead and make a few changes. But before we do that, okay, there are a couple stuff that we need to add. Let me bring Material UI, because that's the framework that it's the UI framework we're going to use. Let's go to Get Started. We're going to do npm install, okay? And we're gonna do these, but let me show you. So npm, let's clear. Okay, so I created another terminal here, having it side by side, okay? So now we're gonna go into we're gonna cd into the client folder. We're gonna do, actually, let me just do this real quick. Let's copy that. So what I'm doing is I'm copying this. It's the material, the emotion React, emotion styled. Let's copy that. PM install that here. We're also going to need MUI/material. Wait, is it material icon or icon? Can't remember. Okay. Icons -- material. Okay. Gonna need that. So let's paste that. We're also going to need MUI lab. Okay, so while these are installing, let's do a little spring cleaning. Hopefully everything worked as supposed to. We're gonna go into the public folder. We're gonna indexed, and we're gonna change the name here. We're going to do MERN stack blogger. Okay. Now that we've done this, let's close that. We're going to go into our source folder. We're going to delete these three: the logo, the report web vitals, and the setup tests. We're also going to delete the app tests. We don't need those. We are also deleting the, okay. We are also deleting the git ignore from here. We are deleting the readme from here because we already have a readme for our file. We only need one per project. So we delete that. Of course, you'll notice that we have an error. We're gonna go to it's the logo. Let's take care of the indentations here. Let's get rid of all of this. Don't need that. Let's save this, and then we're gonna go into index. Get rid of this because we don't need that. And report vitals, don't need that either. And now everything compiled successfully. If we try to go, we now have a blank page. Okay. As you'll notice, we're still going on here, so that's why I had it going, because I know this would happen. We still have a couple more modules to add to it. We have React Toastify, we have React Router DOM, we have Axios, Sample Bar, React Transition. So there are a couple stuff that we need to add to it, but let's wait for it. So let's go ahead and install those dependencies, and then so npm I sample bar React. We're gonna do React Router DOM. We're gonna do Axios. We're gonna do React Toastify. We're going to do GSAP. We're going to need lorem ipsum. Earlier, we were going into the Google to generate those those paragraphs. So we lorem ipsum also has a package that can generate that, and we're gonna have some fun with that as well. So I believe these are it. So let's install that, but while that's loading, before it finishes, let's do proxy http / localhost 5000. Oops. Yeah, it's already made some changes. So let's get that out. We're not going to save. Now let's go back into it and then we can add. Wow, it installed those packages fairly quick. Make sure all of them are here. React styled. Let me see, from 6 to 23. What is missing? The one that was missing. The one that was missing was React transition group. So let's add that React transition group. All right, we're gonna let that load. Welcome back. We pretty much initialized the front end. So now what we're going to do is we are going to what we're going to do is we're going to continue with the front end. We're going to create the home page, the user, the login page, the register page, our blog page. Actually, let's do that right now, right? Let's do pages, login.jsx. Let's do pages at home.jsx. Wait, no, let's bring that out. We don't need a page inside of a page. It's ridiculous. Let's delete this one. Okay, and let's do home.jsx. Already have that one. Let's do register then. Register.jsx. Let's do blogs.jsx. Profile.jsx. Say new blog.jsx and blog detail.jsx. Last but not least, we're going to do private route.jsx. So these are the pages that we need. All right. So let's see. I have an extension. I believe. Let's see what it is called. The ones that I have. Let's see what it's called. I believe it's this one. ES7 React Redux snippet. So if I do RFC, bingo. So that's going to be the profile page. Close that one. Actually, let's do RFC. That's the login page. Close that. RFC. That's the private route. Close that. Let's do RFC again. That's the blog detail. RFC, new blog. RFC, blogs. RFC, register. RFC, home. Why am I doing all of this? Because I now want to go into my app.js because I want to create my my routes, my pages. Okay, so in our app.js, we're gonna just do region, import components, okay, and region. All right. So import, we're gonna do blog detail. We're gonna import actually, you know what? Wait, no, that's not a component. Instead of blogs, let's call this blog list. That makes more sense. Blog list. And then we're gonna go inside and gonna change it to blog list as well. Okay. Wait, this is no mistake. This is in pages slash. Okay. Import blog list pages. Import home from pages.home. Import login from pages. We're importing register. What else? We're importing profile. Profile from pages. We're also importing new blog from pages. Import edit blog. Do I have that? No, not yet, but I should. Let's import that, but comment it out for now. Import private route from pages. Private route. Let me see what I'm missing. I believe that's it for now. Okay, there are a couple things that I need to. So for the routes, I need to import router as router. I need to import route plural. I need to import route singular from React router DOM. And over here, I'm gonna do router, routes, okay. Login, register. Private routes profile, but this one we're gonna do it a little bit different. our private routes are going to be different. A private route is going to get the private route. Okay. Let's get the profile for this one. What? Jesus Christ. Give me a heart attack. Oh my God. So it's going to be route, and we're passing the private route, profile. So this is how we're gonna pass our private routes. Gonna close route. Okay, and we're just gonna select this. Hold Shift Alt, the down arrow, and this one is going to be blogs. That's blog list. Can do the same thing. Let's do this twice. This one is going to be blog /ID. Do the same thing, blog /ID. And over here is going to be blog detail. I know I'm getting an error here. I'll fix that in a minute. Actually, you know what? Make it better. Let's fix that right now. Routes. And then close this. That's why it's crying. Router. Give it a minute. Oh, another error. I'm self-closing it here. Should not be doing that. Removing this. Removing this. Removing this. And why is this one an error still? Oh, yeah, plural here. Here we go. All right. We've got blogs ID. We've got profile. Oh yeah, new blog. Okay. So now that we have this, so what the hell is this private route? Well, let's get that going. We're gonna go into private route. Let's delete all of that. We don't need it. Let's import navigate and outlet. We're gonna import that from React router DOM. And then we're gonna export default function private route. Okay. And then we're gonna do no, not that. Stop. I love that extension, but sometimes it's a pain in the butt. We're gonna do const is authenticated is equal to local storage get item token. So if there's a token, that means we are authenticated. So we're gonna do is authenticated. If that's the case, we're gonna return outlet. If not, we are going to navigate to our login page. Okay? So let's do a quick test here. So we should, according to this, okay. So let's close this one. Let's close index. Let's close package.json. Let's close that. All right. So we should be able to navigate to home, navigate to login, navigate to register. So let's test this. Let's test this theory out. Okay. Login, no problem. Register, no problem. Let's see blogs. Should not. Oh, okay. I do have a token. Let's go to application. This is, see, this is what it's reading. When I was working out on this earlier, I had a token. So let's remove this token. Okay. Now, let's try this one more time. Let's reload this. It's automatically sending me back to login. Let's see, new blog. It's redirecting me to login. So now we've just, without doing much of anything, we've just privatized our routes. Welcome back. We created our routes, including our private routes. So in this one, what we're going to do is we are going to first focus on our register page, okay? Just to give you an idea of what our register page is going to look like, Material UI does have a series of templates we could use. So we're going to use something similar to this one, okay? So let's go ahead and create that. Yeah, let's go ahead and create that. So we're going to go into, let's close this. Let's go to register. Let's make this a little bit bigger. What do we need in our register page? We're going to need a grid. We're going to need text field, of course. We're going to need button. We are going to need typography. We're also going to need a container. And we're going to need those from MUI/material. For now, we are also going to need use navigate, and also we're going to need link from React Router DOM. What else we're going to need? Did I get button? Yes, I did. What else we're going to need? Oh, we're going to need state. Yeah, for now, let's do use state. All right. So, we're also going to need CSS baseline. Let's bring that here. Okay, so we're gonna do a container. The reason we're going to use a container tends to centralize everything right in the middle of the screen, so I don't have to do a lot of styling, okay? And I'm also going to give it a max width of extra small, so that way it's not a massive thing. All right, so let's close that container. Now inside that right there, we're gonna plug in our CSS baseline. And why did I put user navigate here? It's use navigate. Also a box. We need a box. So our box. Our box is, let's give our box some styling. Okay. It's gonna have a margin top of 8. It's gonna be display. It's gonna have a flex display. Flex direction, yes, column, and we're gonna align everything to center. Actually, smooth this like that, and let's not forget to close our box. Okay, now inside of our box now, let's see, avatar. Let's see what that looks like. Oh yeah, okay. So now we're at dead center. Let's get the avatar. This is going to be a typography. So let's create that. Actually, you know what? Let's do it like this. Register. So as I'm doing it, you guys have a view of what's going on in the register. Let's close that right here. It's compiling down here. Why is it taking so long? Okay, while it's doing that, let's just keep moving forward. I got avatar. So avatar. My avatar is, it's gonna have, what is that? Let me see. Here we go. There's a lock. Yeah, okay. So how do I get that lock? Let's do MUI. Icons. For the icons, let's get that icon. Lock. Let's see. Okay. Which one is it? This one is outlined. This one. Okay, copy that. Region. Nope. Icons. And region. Okay. Import icon. Also, visibility. Let's get that one too. And let's get the visibility off. Let's get that one as well. Okay. So avatar, we're going to add the lock outline icon on there. Okay. Let's see what that looks like. Bingo, bingo, bingo. It's not centralized, but we're going to work on that. Let me see our avatar. Let's give it a margin of 1 and background color. Let's call that secondary, not main. Let me see what that looks like. Perfect. Who speaks like that? Who says perfect? I don't remember. Cartoon somewhere. Okay. Now we're gonna move on to the typography. Let's call it register, and then we're gonna close that. Why is it out of whack? Why is it not inside? Oh, okay. These need to be inside of my box here. Here we go. All right. So now I need another box. This box is, no. Let's do grid, container, spacing. Let's do 2. We're gonna give it a styling. Margin top, we're gonna give that a 3. If my notes serve me correctly. Okay, so now let's do grid. So on extra small, it's going to be take the full page, but on small, it's going to be 6. Let's close that. New text field. Variant is outline. Label is first name. Save space here. Label is first name. What is it? Label is first name. Value is going to be user dot first name, but of course that's going to throw an error because I haven't done that yet. And then user, gonna do set user first name. Okay, so let's close this, and of course now we have the error. So let's create these. Let's use our hook, use state hook. And let's get this out the way for now. Const user set user is equal to use state. Gonna do first name. Wait, no. First name. that. So first name, last name, email, password, confirm password. Okay, we save. See what that looks like. All right. Now, here's the thing. For me, this box is way too damn big. Okay? It's way too big. Also, something that tends to happen with Material UI is when something goes in here, the floating label doesn't automatically navigate to the top, so it the value and the floating label tend to stay. So let's see, let's say Peter Pan email is peterpan@mail.com. Password is password123. Confirm password is, confirm password is password123. All right. So this time it didn't do it, but I've seen it in other times where it does do that. So in anticipating that, what I'm going to do is we're going to create some themes. I want this text box to be smaller. Just to give you an idea, let me show you what that's going to look like. Okay. Let's duplicate this. And this time we're gonna say, actually, there's something else that I forgot. Name, first name, name, last name. Okay. Okay. So, but over here, what I'm gonna do is let's do the size. Let's do small. Save. You see the difference between the two? But I want to not have to put the size all the time and also not have to put the variant all the time. I want to set it so that the variant is always outlined unless I want something different. So that's going to be the default. Okay. And I want the size to also be small. It's going to be the default. And we're able to do that through themes. And Material UI does allow us to do that. Welcome back. We started with the register page, but we're going to take a pause real quick and we're going to work on some themes. Themes is really good, especially if you know what your product is supposed to look like in the end. It really saves you some time, especially if you want like specific colors and whatnot. You can set them right off the bat. Okay. So let's do themes. So in our source folder for the client, we are going to create a theme. I'm gonna do themes, light theme. Should I do light theme? Yeah, let's do light theme. I'm not sure. Maybe I'll decide I want a dark theme, but for now, let's do the light theme. With Material UI, it allows us to do that, and the way it allows us to do that, it gives us the module to create our own theme. So we're going to import create theme from Material UI, and we're going to do export. Lord help me spell. Export create theme. Actually, export const. I've never used it like that. I always created a variable, but let's try export default. So first component we're gonna work on, it's going to be our going to be our text field, okay? So our text field, we're going to do MUI text field. And we're going to tackle the default props, okay? Our size, actually, before I do this, okay, let me show you. Should I go in the index? Yes. I'm going to go into the index file. I'm going to do import theme provider. We're going to theme provider. We're going to get that from, I don't know why it says emotion react. We're going to get that from at MUI material styles. And we are also going to import our import light theme. So we're going to do theme provider, and this is our theme, the light theme. We're going to make sure that we close this theme provider. We're not going to see anything just now, but I just wanted to get that out of the way. Actually, while I'm here, let me add this. Let me import this CSS distribution for simple bar. So import simple bar dist simple bar .min.css. Okay, I believe that should be it. Okay. Now if we do size is equal to small, just that, I want you to look over here, they automatically got smaller, okay? If I want them to be disabled, like right now, I can interact with them, right? I can interact with it. But if I want it to automatically set to disable, I can just say disable true. And you see, set it once. If I didn't do that, I would have to go into this one and set small, set disable. Okay. Also, let's look at variant. Right now, it's outline is the default, right? But another option is standard. And what standard does, I believe standard removes the left and right as well as the top border, and it's just going to leave the bottom border. So let's show you. Here we go. Right? Okay. But let's keep it as standard. Let's keep it as standard. What else do I need to put on this one for now? Gonna give it full screen. Let's give it a margin dense. Full width is equal to true. Also input label props. That is automatically going to shrink the label, shrinking the label to true. And color primary. And I believe this is it for my text fields. Let's add placeholder. Placeholder is enter your last name. Let's get rid of this. of this. Wait, this is last name. Last name, first name. I forgot to put I did put the label, but I misspelled it. That's why I wasn't registering. Here we go, okay? But let's put it back to outline. I prefer outlined. All right. Okay, so we got this. We need the email. So what we need the email. We need the email, the password, and confirm password. So we're gonna do 1, 2, 3. So email, enter your email. Label is email. I'm saving it as I go. You'll notice these are changing. However, these are going to take full length. Okay. What happened? What triggered this error? Oh, here we go. Okay, got the email. Enter password. 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 And confirm password. Confirm password. Confirm password. And of course, changing that to confirm password here. Where's the value? Password, Mr. W. W. And that should change. Okay, what do we need to do? We need to add the button. We need to, so button. Button we're gonna register. So a couple things here with our button. It's coming up as a text button, and all the letters are capitalized. I do not want that. Okay. Yeah. So let's go back to light theme and change our button. So let's do MUI button. Our default props. A button by default is going to be size small. Our color is going to be primary. Okay. You notice that it shrunk in size. Actually, let's remove the size small for now. So you'll see a variant, I want it to be contained. So now that you see that, and something else that I need to add, that I want to add, I don't really want the all capital letters. So let's override some styles here. So style overrides. And we're going to go to the root. And we're going to do text transform. And we're going to set that to none. Okay? And then up here, we're going to uncomment the size small. And here we go. I do not want my button to be centered. Let's get rid of this grid item. And let's take our button outside of the grid. Keep it inside the box though. So our button, let's give our button some stylings, some styles. I want it to be full width. Actually, I want it to be full width, and actually no, full width goes outside the styles. Gonna give it a margin top of 3. Gonna give it a margin bottom of 2. Let's get ourselves another grid here. Container flex end. Grid item. So this one is going to be a link. And already have an account, sign in. Let's close that link. Let's close that grid. Let's further close this grid. And let's see where we are. Okay. Already have an account, sign in. It's transfer me to my login page. Welcome back. We pretty much created the infrastructure for our, we're almost done with the UI for our register page. We just need to add the copyright page. Not the copyright page, the copyright at the bottom. And also, I want to add the show and hide icon to our password field. So that way it makes it look a little bit more passwordy, if that makes any sense. All right, so let's get to that. Oh, and I also want this to be closer to the right. So over here, instead of justify, we're gonna do justify content. Justify content. Like that. Container, justify content, flex end. Oh, that didn't work. Huh. It did work. I just needed the page to reload. Okay. All right. So let's do a little bit of investigation to see how we're gonna add the visibility and invisibility buttons here. So we're gonna go to MUI.com. We're gonna search text fields, and we're gonna look at their API. So what do we need? What do we need? What do we need? We need this. We need this. This is what we need. So let's look at how they have it. So this is 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. So it's input, adornment, position, end. Okay. Text field. Let's put that here. Is that correct? Something I'm missing here. Let's see. Ah, yeah, I was missing something. So it's end adornment. And inside that, put the input adornment. So like this, close that. And it's triggering something. Input adornment, I did not import that, so let's go ahead and import it so our error message can disappear. Input adornment. This. Let's see what our baby looks like now. So this is not working, and I had it wrong. I need, I believe, hold on, let me check something. I believe this one. Like this, I think. But that's gonna put it in the start though, which is fine. Okay. So let's say end. Okay. So this is working. Let's do end. Push it a little bit further out. Okay. And now let's add the visibility. Well, let's do this for now. Baby steps. Okay. Click. Alert. Hello. Hello. Okay. Okay, so I'm thinking something here. Since there's two of them that I'm gonna need to do, let's do this. Show password, set show password. Instead of true or false, we're gonna do password false and confirm password false. So now over here, let's do on click. Okay, on click we're gonna say set show password. Let me see if that's, yes, set show password. we're gonna deconstruct show password. Okay, and then we're gonna say password is equal to show password dot password. And over here, we're going to do type. Actually, let's bring it down here. We're going to do type. We're going to do show password dot password. Okay. If we're showing the password, it's going to be text. If we're not, it's going to be password, the type. So let's see. And voila. So last thing we have to do is we need to, when we click, we need to change this as well. Change the icon. So we're gonna do show password, password. It's gonna be visibility icon, else. So you can see it like that. Actually, I got that backwards. Let's just do this. Okay, show password, not show password, show password. Okay, so now this is working. Let's go ahead and do the same thing here, but make some changes. Let's do confirm password instead. Okay. Just do confirm password and type. All right. So each of them work individually to each other. Okay. Okay. So far, so good. Last but not least, what we're going to do is we need to do some input verification here. All right. So let's do that. Oh, before we do that, let's do const handle register. And we're going to pass this to our button here. Let's pass this to our button on the onClick. Here we go. I am an absolute sucker for proper indentation, so please bear with me. On click, handle register. Now when I click on it, let's see if it'll give us, let's say, alert, JSON string, stringify. Let's do user. Let's give it some formatting. And here we go. As you'll notice right now, I can't change anything, and that's because I forgot to remove this disable true. And now we're good. I can make changes. So you'll see over here, my password is not equal to my confirmed password. So we need to change those. Welcome back. We're almost done with our register page. The only thing we need to do is we need to do some input validation, and I'm going to be introducing context API so we can connect the register page to our backend. So for now, let us do some input validation. Const, like that, okay. If we don't have a first name, if we don't have a first name or a last name or an email or a password or a confirm password, we're gonna send please fill all fields. Let's remove one. Okay. And then we're gonna return, because if we don't hit return here, it's just gonna continue with whatever logic is at the end. Okay. So if our password does not equal our confirmed password, we're going to do alert passwords do not match. For now, we're using alert, but later on we're gonna introduce React Toastify, so that way a little friendlier pop-up shows up. Okay. So okay, let's test password 123. So just so you see visually, okay, our password is not the same as our confirmed password. So this should not be triggered, but this will. Passwords do not match. Perfect. Okay. In the event that our passwords match, we're gonna get registration successful. Oh, forgot to save. Registration successful. Perfect. Okay. Now, perfect segue for us to connect our. Now we have to. We're done with the register page. We just now have to create the bridge between the front end and the back end, and we're gonna do that with Context API. So we're going to, in our source folder, we're going to create a folder. Let's call that context. We're also going to create context action. So let's do context action JS. What are we going to need? We're going to need a register success. We're going to need a register fail. Whoops. We're going to need a export const login success, login fail. We're gonna need logout. We're gonna need export const. We're gonna need auth error. We're gonna need export const. We're going to need clear errors. To that, for our blog, I'm just creating everything in our context action types, so that way I don't have to come back to this file. So const new blog success, export new blog fail, get blog success, get blogs fail. Let's call it blogs fail, so that way, okay, minimize. Let's export const update blog success, export const blog delete, and also export const get blog by ID. I believe that's it. And yeah. Welcome back. We completed the register page for our project. So now what we have to do is we have to connect it to our server via Context API. So we also did create the list of action types for the context. So let's get started. Auth Context, and then we're going to do auth state.js. We're also going to do auth reducer.js. Auth reducer is going to be fairly simple. Import everything as action types, and we're going to import that from, we're going to go out of this folder one time, and then it is context actions. Yes. And then we're going to do export default state. We're going to throw in, let me get rid of this one, disable that. Throw in a switch statement in there. Switch statement is going to take the action type, and by default, we're going to return state. Let's close that. So let's see. Let's open that real quick. So, okay. In our case, let's do case register fail. Let's do case login fail. Let's return state. Do toast. Y'all remember toast. It's going to be action.payload. That's what we're passing. Current user is going to be equal to null. Our token is also going to be equal to null. And also, before we do that, let's remove from local storage our token. Now let's do auth error. Okay. Now the reason why I'm separating that is because just because we get an authorization error doesn't mean that we need to do all of this, right? Let's say, for example, if I somehow tried to delete a blog that didn't belong to me, doesn't necessarily have to log the user out. Just need to throw that error. So let's go ahead and do that. Case, action type, action types, auth error. We're going to return the state as is, and then we're going to do toast.payload. That's it. That's what we need. What else? login success. Actually, let's do logout. Logout, we're also going to remove the token. A token is equal to null. We're saying current user is equal to null. Now we're doing the register and login success. Return. State. But what we're also doing is we are setting the token. Case set current user. We're going to do return state current user is equal to action.payload. Okay, so next thing that I need to do is I need to do clear errors. I'm going to return the state, and then we're going to do toast, set that to null, and voila. I do believe we are done with our auth reducer. So let's close that and go to our auth state. So in our auth state, we're going to import create context, and we're also going to import use reducer. We're going to get those from React. We're going to import Axios from Axios. We're going to import auth reducer that we just created. We're going to import everything as action types from context action, and then we're going to create our auth context. Const auth context, and we're going to do export default function, and then this is going to be our auth state. It's going to have a props, and then down at the bottom we're going to do return. We're going to return the auth context provider. No, I'm kind of jumping the gun here because I know what I'm doing on here, and props.children. Okay. Now we're going to go back to the top. We're going to do const initial state. The token, we're going to get that from local storage. Current user, that's going to be null. Toast, which is a representative of whatever errors we have or alerts we need to send, that's going to be null. I believe that's going to be it. And then we're going to do state and dispatch like this, and yeah, this. And region. Okay. Yep. Over here, let's create a config because we're going to be needing that. Const config is equal to headers. Okay, and our something else that we need to add to it. Ext auth token. Nope. That's going to be equal to local storage get item token. All right. Now, actions. Register. Let's call that user data. Let's throw in a try catch. Error. So this one is going to be register user. If we do have an error, it's going to be console log error.response.data. And then we're going to do dispatch. I'm taking care of the error first. I don't know why I'm doing that, but it's the register failed to type, and payload is going to be data. Here we're going to do const. It's going to be a post res, and we got to pass in the config to tell it that we're sending a application/JSON type. And now we got to do something with the result. So type registration success, payload is res.data. In this case, we are expecting the token. So register, self-explanatory. Over here, login user. Gonna do something similar. Copy and paste this. This is login. This is what I need to delete. That's going to be login fail. Login success, and this one is login fail. Okay. So register, login, set current user. Okay, let's do logout. This one is pretty easy. Dispatch. All we're doing here is we are doing. We don't even need to send the payload. Clear errors. Similarly, clear errors. And last but not least, const get profile. We're gonna call that get profile async. This one is gonna be a little bit different. So this one is gonna be a get. It's gonna go for the profile, and we're sending the config. Okay. Why we're sending the config is because we're also gonna send in the token in the header. All right. Let's see. Clear errors. Okay. So now let's pass these on. I think I'm about to get sick, so forgive me for the sniffles. Need to drink some tea. Initial. So let's get our values here. Token, current user, toasts, register user, login user, logout user, clear errors, get profile. Is there anything else? I believe that's about it. Welcome back. We created the auth context, and we also did the auth reducer. So now we're going to create a middleware that will minimize our import. After that, we're going to connect that to our register page and register a user. All right, so let's call this middleware. Middlewares. So let's call it context hooks. Context hooks.js. So what we're doing with that one is we are importing use context from React, and we are importing auth context from auth state. We are importing it in, we're deconstructing it here because it's not on a default export, so we have to get that in brackets. And we're gonna do export function use auth. That's our own custom function, and we're gonna do return use context, and then we're gonna go auth context. Okay. So now back to register page, so that way I can show you why. So we can connect it, but I also want to show you why I created this this middleware. So if I did not do that, I would have to go in here and do use context, okay? And I would also have to go in here and import auth context like that. So that's one import, two import, and I would have to go in here and I would have to say const auth context is equal to use context and throw in the auth context. So that's 1, 2, 3 lines, and then I would have to do register user, clear toasts, clear errors, yeah, and I would have to get all of that from auth context. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Whereas instead, I can just delete this use context right here. I don't have to import this, so I just deleted 1. This is 2. Delete this, that's 3. And all I have to do is import use auth from middlewares, let's just call it middleware, and context hooks. Okay, let's rename this one. All right, so instead I just do 1, 2, and I'm good to go. You're probably thinking, yeah, Mr. Matthew, you reduced 2 lines. You saved yourself 2 lines, but don't forget you also had to go in there and add all of these. In this example, it may not seem like a lot, but if you're writing a complex application where in multiple pages, okay, you have to import the same things, it's always best to write yourself a middleware, so that way you just import that middleware and everything that you need to do is done. So we're following the basic principle, code once, use multiple time. Example, I'm using this here in the register page. I'm also going to be doing the same thing in the login page. So now, instead of 2 lines, it now jumped to 4. And when I get to my blogs, I'm going to be using the same concept, and for each page that I need to use the blog context to see how it's easily multiplied. Okay, so that's the concept here. All right, let's see, where were we? Okay. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to import use effect. Okay. I want to get rid of those alert and use React Toastify instead. Okay. Apply. Let's import toast container. Toast container. Toast container, and also the different animation. Zoom, slide, bounce, flip. You don't need to do all of this. We could just decide whether you want zoom, slide, bounce, flip. One is enough, but me, I'm feeling a little bit fancy. So I am going to make it dynamic. So yeah, let's do function, transition, animation. Let's call it like that. Okay, and then we're going to do const list, and that list is going to be an array, and we're going to pass it the different ones: zoom, slide, flip, and now we're going to return an array with a random element using that list. Okay, so that's pretty much it. All right. Yeah. I'm not sure where I'm getting it. Oh, I know. My function should not be there. Again, sorry if you hear me sniffles. I think I'm about to get sick soon. All right, so now that we've done that, also another thing that I need to do, that I want to do, is another function. Is I want it to also be dynamic, so it's going to be transition position. You don't have to do that. Let's do const list, another array. Debating, so these are all the options, right? But I don't want all of that. I just want top right or top left. Top right, top, actually, let's do top center. Why not? And top left. And just like our previous one, we're going to return a random one. Now, after the router, before the div, we need to call our toast container. So our position is going to be the we're going to call our transition position. Auto close. That one, say 5,000. That's 5 seconds. Let's make it 2 seconds. 5 seconds is a lot. High progress bar false. Newest on top true. Newest on top is true. Close on click, yes. What else? Right to left is going to be false. Pause on focus loss is false. Pause on focus loss. That one is going to be false. Draggable and yeah, let's keep it paused on hover. And then transition, we're gonna do transition animation, and I do believe this is what we need. This is all we need for now. Now if we go back to our register, we import toast from Toastify, and if we do use effect, and if we have a, let's say toast, okay, let's call our toast here, which our toast is, we're getting that from, we're getting our toast from the auth, okay. Actually, is authenticated as well, okay. I did not add that because we do need a way to know if we're authenticated. So let's go to our reducer and put is authenticated. Let's do null. Let's go down. Okay, now our reducer now. Where are successes? Right here. We're gonna do is authenticated true. True. And now fails. We're gonna do is authenticated is equal to false. On logout, we're gonna do the same thing as well. Is equal to false. And go back. Let's add is authenticated as well, and then we're gonna do clear errors. We need that. Okay. Now we're gonna do, if it is authenticated, let's navigate to our blogs. Yeah, we need to navigate. Okay, if we have toast, okay, we're going to do for each, and we're going to pass it the toast array, and we're going to do element. Now you'll see why I wanted message and the type. So it's element message, okay, and we're passing the element type, okay. So now same thing here. We're gonna do toast. Please fill all fields, and then our type is going to be error. Let's copy paste. Actually, let's do toast. I think there's an error here somewhere, but I'll figure it out. Here we're gonna do toast. Actually, yeah, over here we're gonna do toast. Our type success. I think there's going to be an error here, but let's run that. real quick. Okay, register. I have an error somewhere. I knew it. Where's that error? Use auth is not okay. Cannot deconstruct property middleware hook. So it's here. It has to do with this one. Silly me. I know why it's throwing this error. I did not import my auth state. I make that mistake a lot. All right, let's do that. Region, nope. This one is gonna say states. Import auth state from and region. So auth state, close that. And now we should not have the error. Bingo. Let's get rid of the last name. Another error. All right, so after a little bit of digging, I realized I was getting this error. Well, this one looks a little bit different. But let's see. Register. Hold up. I'm trying to recreate the error that I was getting prior, because I did make some changes. Let's reload. This is what I was getting. Okay, so now that I've recreated it, all right. I had to dig into React Toastify, and I realized that the reason I was getting this error is because I was not importing the CSS, this right here. So I went back into my index, I imported it. Now let's run that again, and registration successful. Okay. You'll notice if it's successful, it's green. Let's try to get an error right here. All right. Okay. So now that we are, everything's good. Let's hurry up and close this video because it's pushing long. We're gonna do register user, and we're gonna pass it user. So when we pass this to user, it's gonna go to our, it's gonna communicate with our backend. Actually, I need to put the proxy here. Proxy HTTP localhost 5000. Okay. Welcome back. We were trying to connect our register page to the back end, and we're getting a 404 error. So I debugged the hell out of it and still couldn't figure out what was going on. And then I just decided to just restart the computer. Sometimes it's just as simple as that. So I restarted my computer. I figured it was just a glitch. Restarted the computer. ran the same code and it worked as it was intended. So sometimes if you're debugging and you can't figure out what's going on, all your code looks correct. I don't know why. This is like the second or third time this has happened to me. Just restart your computer and see what happens. Sometimes it might just be a glitch in the system or whatever, and it's causing that error. Yeah. So now we're going to register. So let's try it again. We're going to register Peter. However, we should be getting an error message because if you'll notice, if you remember, in the back end part of it, we do already have peterpan@mail.com already registered. So let's run it and we should have an error message saying user already exists. Okay. So now let's do Captain Hook. Okay, let's register Captain Hook. Captain Hook, Captain Hook at mail.com. And there we go. We have successful registration and it transfers us to our blog, which is what we want. Now we're going to go and verify that the user is registered. We have Captain Hook, so now we're good to go. So now we are going to start on our login page this time. Wait, let's see something real quick. Component. Let's go to application. We should now have our token. If we go to component, reloading the page, and okay, what it is that I'm trying to do. Okay, here we go. The token is what we need. That's what I wanted to make sure that it's there. So now that we have the now that we can register, let's do the same thing for our login page. Let's go to application and delete this token. We're gonna reload. And now we're in the login page. Perfect. Okay. So now what we're going to do, since the register page and the login page are pretty similar, so here's what we're going to do. We are going to go to the register page. We're going to pretty much copy and paste. Before we do that, I never did add the copyright. So let's create that real quick. So let's go into our source. We're gonna create a file called. We're gonna call that copyright.jsx, and we're gonna add that to a components folder. And it's going to be RFC. Okay. Okay, so RFC, what do we need? We need to import link, link. So this link, we're going to import it from, let me see. Okay, let's import it from Material UI. What else we need? We need typography. Okay. And are going to return typography. Okay, and in the middle of that, we are going to do copyright. Oh, I loved it. I was actually a little bit nervous about how I'm going to get that little copyright sign, so I'm good. I'm glad it's already there. And now let's do link. And let's keep it like this. And we're going to say, actually, say blog demo. And we're gonna do a new date. Gonna get a date and we're gonna pass the full year. And then we're just gonna add a period. And I believe that's about it. Yeah, this is our copyright. And let's go back to our register. Let's import it. Import copyright component. And then at the very bottom here, after the box, we're gonna put copyright. I'm gonna give it a little bit of styling. I'm gonna give it a margin top of 5. So it's a little bit close. Let's give it 10. I think 10 is beyond the scope of what it could. 8, 4. Okay. Let me see. This box, where are you? This box. Empty. MB. Let's see, 6. Okay. All right, fair enough. Welcome back. We created our copyrights page. We also added that to our register page. So we're going to take the register page and we're going to put it on a diet and turn that into our login page. Where's our register page? Let's get all of that. Pages. Login. That's what I need. Okay. Let's close this. Now let us switch to login. It's still gonna say register. So let's fix that. We're on the login, but here it says register. So let's fix that. First thing we're gonna do is we're gonna change that to login. Instead of register, we're gonna do login user. Okay, let's see, login user. And the first thing here, register login. So this right here should change. Let's see. This one is just going to be false. Login user remains. It's just going to be email. We don't need the first name. We also don't need the confirm password. So let's get rid of that. We don't need this. Moving our way down. Username, first name. We don't need the first and last name. Wait. Yeah, we don't need the first and last name. Let's get rid of that. Okay, we don't need the confirm password. Let's get rid of that. Okay, and this one we're gonna shorten it to just show password. And over here, it's that. And over here, this one, it's going to say don't have an account, register instead. Register. And over here, we're going to link it to our register page. So let's see how that goes. Don't have an account, register. Boom, we're in our register page. If we already have an account, register. Boom. So we're able to navigate between the two. Okay. So that's pretty much it. Let's see, this still functioning. No, it's not functioning properly, so let's do that. Show password. Now it should work properly. Here we go. Okay, let's log in. So now we're going to log in. If it's authenticated, if we have any error, if we successfully log in, it should redirect us to our blog page. If any error, we should have a pop-up. So first, let's give it the wrong password. Invalid credentials. Let's give it the wrong email. User does not exist. Let's give it a string that is not an email. A valid email is required. Okay, now it should register. It registered, redirected us to our blog page, which is what we needed. Like I said, the login page is the register page on a diet. Okay, so this is what we have. I do also want to create a home page, and the home page that I want to create, it's going to be a sign-in page, but it's going to be a little bit different. So when you first go in on the home page, I want this to be different. Welcome back. By the way, I changed this to Matthew Media. This is the copyright, so it should say Matthew Media instead of demo blog. Okay. that one, it's going to be a login page as well, but it's going to be a different style of login page, okay? And this is the type of page that I want. I want this. I like it. So let's create that. Yeah. We're going to create that. So, we're going to go into the home page. Let's get rid of, let's minimize this. We're going to go into, actually, yeah, we're going to go into the home page. Let's copy our login page just a little bit. I'll be using pretty much the same thing here. Now, we're going to do, it's going to be a little different here. Our main container is, let's change that. We're going to remove the max width because right now it was set to small. Let's do grid. Let's see. Okay. Grid. It's going to be a container. And our spacing, I'm not going to give it any spacing. It's going to have a component of main. And our styling, we want it to have the full height of the screen. So we're going to do 100 view height. Height is equal to 100. All right, now that we have that, we have the CSS baseline over here. Let's get our box. CSS baseline. We're gonna do another grid under that. So it's gonna be a grid item. So it's going to be, I don't want this to show when it's an extra small screen. When it's a small screen, I want it to be 4. When it's a medium screen, I want it to be to take 7 columns. Okay. And in addition to that, let's give it some styling because this grid right here, grid item is going to, this is where we're going to house our picture. So let's give it some styling. We're going to do background image. Okay. And our image, we are going to, we're going to use an URL. Going to be HTTPS. We're going to be getting that from Unsplash, and it's going to be a random one. So HTTPS source.unsplash.com/random. Okay. Let me see. The background, I'm gonna have it as no repeat. And background color. And let's say T for theme or whatever we want it to be. Yeah. Since we're going to do palette, It's going to be the primary palette mode. If it's light, we're going to do t.palette gray. Okay, and we're passing it the 50. Else, we're going to t.palette gray, and we're passing that 900. And then we're going to close that, and we're going to do background size. We're going to give it a cover, and then background position. We're going to do center. Once we have that, we're going to take all of this and encapsulate that in a grid system. Which is going to be an extra small. It's going to take the full screen, so we're not going to see the picture. On medium, it's going to be 4. On small, it's going to be 4. On medium, it's going to be 5. Okay. And then component is going to be paper. Let's import that paper up here. It's going to give it an elevation of 6. Going to give it a square, and here we're going to close that grid. All right, seems to be. This is what I was working on. So pretty much what I did was I took the login, I added it inside of a grid item, and then the rest of it I used that for an image. So yeah, this is what it looks like. This is a gorgeous picture. So if we reload, every time we reload, we get a new picture. Reloading again. Nice bridge. All right. Of course, all the functionality should be there. The only thing we changed was the UI. We made it a little bit more complicated. If we were to do don't have an account registered, that should still work. Already have an account, that should still work. Now we just go back to login. That should still work. If we log in, transfer us to our blog page. And of course, now that we've been transferred to our blog page, if we go to application, we do have a token. All right. Now let's delete that token. And now let's try to reload it. We should be redirected to our login page. It is now time for us to start getting into the blogs. But before we do that, I know I keep dragging, but before we do that, we need to, this is our blog page. There's no navigation. There's no header. We gotta fix that. And fix it we must. So, we're going to jump into our component. We're going to create a couple files. First one is going to be the main call that main container.jsx. Okay. And RFC tab. Pretty simple. Okay. We are importing copyright. Not that. Okay, like this. We're importing copyright. We are importing simple bar. And that is from React sample bar. And what else? We're going to be importing our header. Import header from header. We haven't created that one yet. So let's comment that out so it doesn't throw any errors. All right. Now, we're going to do simple bar. And let's style it up a little bit. And we're going to do max height is going to be 100 view height. And we're going to say force visible Y. And auto hide, we're going to set that to false. Sample bar is just, it's what is sample bar? Let's do npm sample bar React. Okay, what it does is, instead of you see like this right here, I don't like it. It's bulky. Sample bar is just an easy, slicker scroll bar that we're going to implement. Okay, and it does require for us to import this right here, but we already did that in our index right here, so we don't need to do that here. Okay. It's gonna take props. So over here we're gonna do props.children, and below that we're gonna do our copyright. Okay. If we were to go to our home, not our home, our blog page right now, a blog list, if we import main container, and we're gonna do it like this. So main container, that's it. That's our hierarchy. If we're to do that, and then now you see our copyright is up here. So anytime from now on, any new page is gonna have this main container, and whatever's in here in the main container is gonna be there, and whatever we're adding in that new page is going to be children of that main container. Okay. So code once, use multiple times. I need a header. Let's go to Material UI, MUI, and let's get us a header. And for Material UI, that's called an app bar. I like this one. We're not gonna be using much of this, but that's the one that I like. Let's see if I can find, no, this will do. So let's copy that. we're creating our header file right now, header.jsx. We're pasting that, and time for some cleanup. What I like about Material UI, they do give you a lot of templates. You just remove the parts that you're not using and modify it to your liking and make it work for you, which is pretty much, this is the tech industry right now. No need to reinvent the wheel. Find what you need, customize it to make it work for your purpose, and that's that. Every once in a while you may have to give someone credit, their due credit. Whenever you come to that situation, you do just that, and then you keep it moving. App bar, CVs, let's do that. Now if we go to main container, and if we do header, and we uncomment that, now our header should populate right here. What it's gonna look like is like this, but we're not gonna be using these. We're not gonna be using a search bar. So yeah, let us modify and get rid of the stuff that we don't need. Okay, so toolbar, we're not going to be using the search. Let me show you something. Our header is really going to be a lot of cleaning up, and once we're done cleaning up, we'll just add the files that we need, the logics that we need to make it ours. So search, that's gone. It should disappear here. Should disappear, and we're gonna change this to demo blog. That should change. What else? A couple stuff up here that we need to get rid of. We need to get rid of these two. Search icon needs to go. Input base needs to go. Mail icon needs to go. Wait, nope. We still need. It does need to go, but we just need to get rid of it at a better time. These need to go. Let's see. Okay. View word wrap. Okay. What pages do I need? What pages do I need? Let's look at this one. Again, sucker, major sucker for indentation. So let's get that to work. Indentation makes things so much easier to read. Toolbar, let's do that one. Typography, okay, so far so good. Box. This one. This is the mail icon. We're gonna stop right here, not to keep this video too long. Actually, let's just keep going a little bit. do const authenticated. And that's going to be an array. Let's go blogs. Profile. We're going to add that somewhere down the line. In our render menu, let's make sure in our render menu, what do we need for the render menu? Yeah, we just need to log out. So let's log out. Handle logout. Let's call that up here const handle logout. Couple things we need to add to it. Handle logout, we're gonna do handle menu close, of course. Welcome back. In the last video, we created our header, so now we're just doing a little house cleaning. So let's continue. Import, use navigate from React Router DOM, and over here we're going to do const navigate. Get rid of this error right here. What was it? Yeah. Okay. This right here is what I want. I wanted this logout button. Okay. So now that I have that, let's work on getting some of the icons that we need. Icons. I need book icon. So the book icon is pretty much what we're going to be using for we're going to be using that for our blog. Okay. Let's see. Book icon, this one. So let's see. Region. Let's do icons. Let's close that region. Okay. Also going to need person icon. That's for the profile. We're also going to need a logout button. Logout button. Got that. Let's give this a little bit of room. Okay. So if we go to our menu right here, so the first one is going to be blogs. Instead of badge, let's get rid of the badge. Okay, let's do book icon. Okay, and what else are we doing? Okay, on the menu item, let's do unclick. Let's do navigate. This one we're gonna go to blogs. Okay, so in the next menu, getting rid of the badge. This one is going to be our profile. And this is going to be the person icon. And over here, we're going to, let's get rid of this right here. Let's get rid of that. That had to do with the badges. Menu, again on click. I'm going to give it a click listener. Navigate profile. And last but not least, the logout button. That one is going to handle the logout. Where is it? Handle logout. Let's get rid of these three. Let's go logout icon and logout. So this is for mobile. So let's see how that works. Here we go. Blogs, profile, logout. That's what we needed. Okay. Next, what we're going to do is we are going to remove these and we're going to add some navigation buttons instead. Where are we doing that? Right here, actually. Let's see, this is the notification icon. Let's get rid of this one. I think this, here we go. And here we go. So now is the perfect time to this right here. Okay, this authenticated list. So we're going to do authenticated. We don't really need this index. Item. Let's keep item like this. And buttons. Let's call it page. Okay, so a key, got to give it a key since we're using a map. I'm going to call it, I'm going to pass it page. Variant is going to be a text because we don't want anything funky. Let's give it some styles. We're going to give it a margin on the y-axis of 2. Color is going to be white. Display, let's say block. And what else? On click, of course. I mean, we could do that to lowercase. Yeah, let's keep it like that. It's not really necessary because with React Router DOM, it registers whether it's lowercase or uppercase anyway. But it's your choice how you want to do it. Button is not defined, so let's call our button. Import button from MUI So now we have our blogs profile. See how already that's working? Our blogs and our profile. So the reason why, let me go back. The reason why I gave those buttons a text variant is because if I were to remove the variant, it's already has a default of contained. Let me show you how that would look. I don't want that. This is not pretty. So we're giving a, let's give it a, and so now we're good. Okay. Wait, let's get rid of that. Welcome back. We're gonna focus on the blog context API, but before we do that, let's add some functionalities here on the logout button. So we are under header. Let's open this. Clear blog logout user. Import. I'm going to be importing use auth. I'm going to get out of component. I'm going to go into middleware, and we're going to go into context hook, context hooks, and okay. And now that we're in here, we're going to do const. I'm going to do log out user, and that's going to be from, here we go, log out user. Now we've got a couple stuff here that I need to remove. We need to remove badge, we need to remove menu icon, we need to remove notification in mail. I believe that's about it. So now, just to give you an idea, I'm going to go to application. I do have a token. Once I hit log out, the token should be removed and I'm redirected to login page. And voila. Oh, I forgot to change this to login. Confused me for a bit. So login page, and where are you? Register login. Let me see the home page if it's the same. Login. Now that we're logging in, let's get out of here. Let's maximize this for right now because we're not going to be using much. We're not going to be doing much on the API. So let's do context. Let's create two files. And then it's going to be on the blog context. It's going to be blog state.js and blog reducer.js. Close this, close this, close this, close this, close this, open this, add it to the side. Import everything as action types from, going back, context actions, and we are exporting default, throwing in that switch action. Default, always start with the default first, return, actually, let's do it like that. Yeah, return state. Let's close that. completely. Of course, that's going to trigger. Let's disable that. This line. Okay. So, case not register success. It's going to be new blog success. We're going to do return. We're going to return the state, state blogs, and then we're going to pass action payload. However, before we do that, I'm anticipating a little bit of an error. So let's do let blogs equal to state.blogs. Like this, okay? So essentially what we're doing is we're saying if state.blog is not equal to null, so it means that there is something, we're gonna set blogs equal to that. Otherwise, set it to an empty array. And then here, all right. So if this is a new blog we're adding, we're gonna pass that like this, okay? Otherwise, if we're doing get blog success, we're returning, always returning state, and we're gonna do blog is equal to the entire payload, blogs.fail, return state, and we're gonna do toast, so to action.payload, okay? And then we're gonna close that. Next one, blog update success. That one, no, we're gonna do return state. If we're updating a blog, that means we already have a list of blogs. So what we're gonna do is we're going to do this. Let me show you what that does, okay? We're going to iterate through our state blog, okay? We're gonna look for the blog by the blog ID, okay? So we're gonna compare what we have versus the payload that we return. If the IDs match, we're gonna update that with the new payload. Otherwise, we're returning the blog. All right, so it's kind of like a for loop. And blog delete. This one is return state. That one, when we're doing blog delete, a couple things that we need to do. We gotta filter it out. Let me see how we had that. I believe all I sent was an alert, a successful alert. Let's see, delete. Yeah, we're gonna send both an alert, and we're gonna also return the ID. So our toast is gonna be this, and the blog ID is it gonna equal to the rec.params.id that we're getting up here. So that's what we're sending. We're sending the message blog deleted, and we're also setting the ID. The reason we're doing that is now when we go into the reducer, the payload is going to be blog ID, and also our toast. Now we gotta send an alert. That's going to be action.payload.toast. Let's add that comma here. Now we just need get blog by ID. Return state, the current blog. It's going to be the action.payload case, clear action, action types that clear errors. And this one we are returning state, and we're just saying toast is equal to null. Welcome back. We work with the blog reducer. Now we're going to work with the blog state. Similar to the auth state, we're going to do import, create, context, and also use reducer. We're going to get those from React. We're going to import Axios. We're going to import blog reducer. We're importing the action types, and then we're exporting const blog reducer, and we're creating that context. I'm sorry, not blog reducer, blog context. It is 1:37 in the morning. Export default function, blog state, passing that props, const initial state. What do we need? We need blogs. Initially, those are going to be null. We're going to do current blog. That's also going to be null. Our toast, that's null. Now let's do our state dispatch. Okay. Region actions. Oh, actually, one more thing that we need, const config. I love this, my system already knows. Man, I love this. But I hated it about an hour ago. So get blogs, so these are all of my blogs. Get blogs by ID. Except this one is going to be create blog. Update blog. What else? Delete blog. Clear. What else? And region. Okay. What are we returning? We're returning, I think, blog context dot provider. Values. Let's close that. Props. Actually, let's do this. Make it simple. Easier on the palette. And over here, we're going to do blogs, current, toasts, get blog by ID, create blog, update blog, delete blog, clear blog. Let's work on that one real quick. Let's get our blogs. So try catch. So this one is going to be a get, throwing in the config. If everything works properly, get blog success, except this one doesn't have an S. Once we have that, it's going to communicate with our reducer. If it fail, so it's blog fail, not blogs fail. So let's update that. Let's go back in the reducer. Blog fail. Let's change that also. And let's go now in our middleware Let's import blog context, and now let's export our function use blog. Gonna return that. Before we're able to use that, made that mistake last time, we need to go to our index file, import that, import blog state from, here we go. Now we're gonna do if we do go to blog list and we import use blog, okay, if we import that, and over here we say const get blogs use blog, and over here is what we're gonna do. Before we do that, we're gonna do use state, and also use effect. Toast clear errors. Instead, let's say my blogs. Set my blogs. Okay. And our use effect, it's going to get, it's going to have toasts, clear errors. Let's close that. And we're going to say if, actually we do need the blogs. If blogs, so if no blogs, so if blogs is equal to null, essentially that's what we're doing here. Blog is equal to null, we're going to say get blogs. Why am I getting an error here? Oh, oops. This should go here. Blogs. Now, we're going to do else set my blogs is equal to blogs. If we have any errors, it's going to be if toast, be a for each, and that's going to be toast. Jump that to element, and I'm going to do toast element dot message, and type is going to be element dot type. And then once that loop is done, we're going to do clear errors. So now just for a visual, let's see what we have here. Imported action type, context hook. No. Yeah, let's see. State, get blogs, s, that error should be gone. Okay, so we're good. So we're just gonna write a little tidbit message here. So we do have two blogs if we look, just the two of them. Now I'm gonna show you something. They're for the same user, okay? This user ends with Frank59, that's the user ID. Let's see, Frank59, that's Peter Pan. Now let's log out and log in as Captain Hook. Reload. Okay. See, that's a problem. Okay. Let's fix that problem because it was still reading it for Captain Hook, for Peter Pan. So let's go in our state. Let's do const clear blogs. And all we're gonna do in this one is gonna be dispatch, yep, clear blogs. And let's go to action. Do we have clear blogs? No, we don't. Okay. Let's go to reducer. Let's do clear blogs. And all we're doing right now is we're gonna do blogs is equal to null. So we're going to run this whenever we log out. Okay, so best place to do this is to go back to our header component right here. We're gonna do use blog, and down here we're gonna do const clear blogs, and then in our handle logout, here we go. Okay, so we're gonna log out, log back in as Peter Pan. Whoops. Okay, we're log back in as Peter Pan. Now we're gonna log out. Let's see, application, okay. We're logging back in. I don't know why I'm getting token not valid. And now we have our two blogs. Wait a minute, hold on. Something's not right. Let's do component, blog state. Okay, let's log in. Okay, so okay, blog. Need to get rid of this toast right here. Okay, so I'm gonna hit log out. Okay, so that's working, but I still need to clear out this toast. For some reason, it's not being removed. Welcome back. We're able to display how many blogs we had. So now what I want to do is I actually want to create a list here on the side of the titles, and also here in the middle what I want is to create like a set of cards to give like a little bit of a preview of what the blogs are. So let's do that. So let's get rid of these. So now we're in the, we're gonna work on the blog list UI. A couple stuff that we need to import. We need to import from MUI material. We need to import a grid, paper, typography, typography, button, container, stack, tooltip, box, list item, text, and we also need to import masonry from MUI. I think this is the first time we're importing from the lab masonry. Okay. We also need to import use navigate from React Router DOM. We also need the link. We already have Toastify. We have use blog. Yeah. So for now, that's what we have. So let's create it. The main container. We have that. Okay. So we're gonna do container. Gonna do max. So large screen, and give it some styling. Gonna padding, vertical padding. We're gonna give it a Y, and margin also 1. So let's close that container. Did I not? Why is container? Okay, here we go. Okay, so inside that we're gonna have a grid container. Spacing is gonna be 2. And inside that we're going to have a grid item, and that grid item is going to, let's say, an extra small. We're gonna have it for false. On small, we're gonna give it a on medium. Yeah, on medium we're gonna give it a 3. Yeah. Medium, we're gonna give it a 3, and I believe that's the end of that grid item. And what are we putting on this one? We are putting a let's get our paper in there. I don't know why I have that paper. I might remove it, but we'll see. Paper, we're gonna get a stack. That one we're gonna be using spacing, of course, 2. And our display is going to be flex. Direction row. And then with that one, okay, with this one we're going to do, we're gonna throw in a box, and that box is gonna have a flex grow of 1. It's gonna be a self-closing box, and the reason we're doing that is so we can align. Did I not? No, I did not include paper. So paper. Oh, paper class. What the hell? Let's put you up here. Okay. And over here, we're gonna have a button. That button, it's gonna have a full width equal to false. On click, that one is going to be navigate new blog. And that button is going to say create blog, and then we're going to close that button. navigate. Okay, let's do const navigate. Okay. So let's see what we got. Can I get rid of, let's get rid of this paper. Because of that paper, we have this right here, and I don't like it. Okay. Gotta fix that token is not valid thing. Okay, so now that we have that, let's get our list. So it's going to be a list, and then we're going to do my blogs. Let's call it blog. And link. It's blogs. Let me verify here. App.js. Blogs, yes. Blogs underscore ID. And we're going to close that link. And inside of that, we're going to do list item. Oh wait, that link needs to have a key. So key blog underscore ID. So we're going to throw in our tooltip right here. The tooltip is going to have the title. Okay. Oh, it's not closed. All right. So now you'll see what we have so far. And we got an error. Let's see what's the error. Okay. Let me see something. List, item text, title. Misspelled that. What in the world? So right here, this tooltip is what is messing me up. Wait a minute. Let's try it like this. Maybe that's where I went wrong. Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we need to do placement here, tooltip placement, and placement. That's going to be right. Element, console, let's delete those. Let's close that. To right. Okay. All right. Welcome back. We created our blog list. So we're gonna do the cards, but I just thought, why not? Let's see, style. Actually, yeah, SX. Let's see, background. Let's do silver, see if that works. Yeah. Border radius 5. Okay. And margin top 3. Give it a little bit of spacing here, and that works. Okay. So on to the cards. We're gonna create a simple basic one. Let's go to MUI, card. Let's look for a card. This one. Let's copy that. Okay. Let's go into our component. Let's create a blog car.jsx, and let's spread that. Let us fix this. Black card. We don't need this. We don't need this. Gonna have a props. Let's indent this. Let's remove this right here. Let's see. We do need that title. So it's going to be props.blog.title. Let's get rid of that. We don't need this. Let's get rid of this because we don't need it. And let's get rid of all of this. And content. And button here is going to say read more. All right, so now that we have this, let's go into our blog list, and outside of this grid item, let's give ourselves another grid. And this time, let's say, if it is an extra small, it's going to take the whole thing. If it is medium, it's going to be 9. If it's medium or higher, it's going to take 9 columns. Now we're going to close that. And let's use masonry here. Masonry, we're going to give it 2 columns. Okay, columns 2. And in our masonry, we are now going to do my blogs, and we are going to import blog card like this. Now let's see what it looks like. It doesn't really look pretty, does it? So let's go to our blog card. Let's import styled from material UI. We're gonna do const. Before we do that, this is gonna be card. Actually, let's call this styled block card. Actually, do we even need the theme? Not really. Okay, this, close that one. This one, I think we're good. So background color of silver, and we're gonna do border radius of 10 px. All right, and then over here we just do, instead of card, we do block card. And then over here, let's do theme. Oh, I forgot to open the parentheses here and then close that one there. That should work. Yes. That worked. That is still very, 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 very ugly. Oh, sample bar. You see how that bar is different versus this is the default bar right now. This is sample bar. I like it. I need to change this to variant of H6. Gutter bottom, gotta go, align left. Align left. Okay. And the second one, color, let's do color. Text secondary. And align left. The reason why it's doing all of that is because it is taking the full brunt of things. So what I did is I created a middleware. I called it truncate string. So we're just going to shorten this the string here. Okay. So where's my middlewares? What am I always looking for? Here we go. Call that utils. Okay, and pretty much we're gonna do export function truncate string. We're gonna get the string, and we're gonna get a number. And now in our card, we're gonna import that. Import truncate string, and over here we're gonna do truncate string. I'm gonna pass that, and let's say 100. Truncate string. And it's telling me it's not there. Utils. So if we get out of components, we go into middleware, get out of components, go into middleware, and it's in utils. Middleware, okay, it's in utils. If we save, it's still not pushing it the way that I want to. Oh, could it be that simple? Well, damn it. Typo. That's it. That's all it was. The damn typo. Okay. Um, so now we got it going. Let's see, read more. Our read more button is not doing much. So let's go into our cards, of course. We did not add the unclick functionality for it. So we are going to import use navigate from React Router DOM. And we're going to do navigate. And over here, my friend, we're going to do onClick. Navigate, backtick. We're going to do blogs / and we're going to pass our blog that dot underscore ID. Wait, let's call it props. Okay, now when I click on this now, click on this button, it should bring me to blog detail. Perfect. Before we move on to blog detail, that's going to be the one where you can actually read the whole blog. I'm going to make some changes, a little bit of theming to the blog card. So we're going to delete this style blog card right here, okay? And then we're just gonna do card, and we are also going to remove this align left from the typography, okay? And go back to the card. We're gonna give it a variant. That's gonna be a custom variant, and we're gonna work on that on our theme. So let's call it shaded. All right. So once I remove the custom styles that I had here for the cards, you'll notice that all of my styling is gone. Okay. My typography is now justified aligned center, and the actual, well, the card title, I should say, is now justified center, and the card content is also justified center, and we have no background colors. All right, so we're gonna customize all of that in our theme. So attacking the card first, we're gonna do MUI card. We're gonna create our own. We created a list of variant, and this is a custom variant right here. Shaded, we gave it a background. In before it was silver, but I like this color before. It's E0E0D9. So Echo O Delta 9, and then I gave it a border radius of 10 pixel. All right. So if we save, you'll notice that our card will now have that the styling, except it's now going to apply the new background color, and it still keeps the 10 pixel border radius. Now, in terms of our alignment here, MUI typography, we're going to tackle that there, and we're just going to give it a default prop of align left, and now everything works. So now everywhere we need typography, if we need it to align left, and that's what it's going to be. Okay? Moving on now to the blog detail. First thing we're going to do on this one is we have to import our main container. If you remember, the main container is the one that includes the header and our copyrights and all of that stuff. So And we also need to import use params, because if you'll notice up top, we have the blog ID here. So we need to pull that from the URL. We need import container. We're gonna need a paper. We're gonna need a button, text field from MUI material. What else we're gonna need? We're gonna need stack, and we're gonna need icon button. We're also going to need icons. So region, let's close the region. Okay, so for icons, we're gonna use import delete forever icon. That's the one I have. And we're gonna get that from MUI/icons material. We're also going to need, actually that one is gonna be delete forever. We're also going to need edit icon. And that one is going to be from /edit. Oh, we're also going to need typography as well. Typography. We'll need use state and use effect. Let's import. Let's get rid of this right here and put some stuff on our page. Now that we have our header, we're gonna do a container. We're gonna keep it small-ish. We're gonna give it max size medium. Okay, and we're gonna throw in a paper on that. Okay, and we're gonna do stacking. Stack, spacing 2, and we have a text field. Let's do const blog set blog null. Over here, the label is going to be the title. The name is going to be the title. The value is going to be blog.title. And on change, let's wrap it up. Actually, let me just do it like this so you guys can see. Let me squeeze this out a little. Let's close this one. Don't need duplicates of that. Okay, so now that you guys can see this, let's move it here. And we're just gonna take this real quick. Select it, hold down Shift, Alt, down arrow to duplicate that, and then we're gonna do content for label, and the title is going to be, the name is going to be content but lowercase. And we're pretty much going to be doing the same thing for the value. Now you'll notice once I save, my page went blank, and if I inspect it, it's going to give me an error. Cannot read property of null, so it cannot read the title because our blog is null. We had it as null right here. So easy way is to add question mark here. So essentially what this is if blog is not null, the value is title. The error is gone and everything is the way that it's supposed to be. Let's give our paper some padding here. Let's go in light theme, MUI paper, default props, padding E16px. Maybe it's in style override. Root, padding C2. Let's see what that does. Yeah, but 2 is not enough. Let's see, 8. Okay. All right. So now it's working. It's in override, style overrides, not default. So now that we have a little bit of padding here, but one thing that we do need to to do over here in blog details, I'm not gonna add it to the theme because I don't want it to apply universally. So I'm just gonna give, actually, yeah, let's give this container a margin top of, actually, not a margin top, yeah, margin top of 3 and a margin bottom of 5. Okay, this text field over here, that's going to be multi-line. Okay, it's going to be multi-line, and we're going to give it a min row of 5. Let's see what that does. Okay, see how it just got bigger here. Min row of 5, and let's say max row 20. Because remember, this is where we're going to be writing our blogs. We want enough space, okay? And then if it needs more, then it'll just automatically add like a scroll bar. All right. What else we need? We also need buttons. So stack, except this stack right here is going to give it a direction of row. Just going to align everything horizontally. And then we're going to add 2 buttons. Button. Our button's already variant. Contain. I want contained. Actually, let's do it like this. Button, and then close that button. What's wrong with my B key? Button. Okay, we're closing that. All right, so again, Shift Alt down. So we need a cancel button. We also need a save button. Okay. Paper. What is not closed? What's not closed? Oh, the stack is not closed. Stack. And let's indent these properly. I also want to differentiate between these 2 buttons. So this one is going to be contained, and our colors are already there by default, so don't need to do that. We created the infrastructure we created the UI to display our blogs. So now let's pull our blogs from the database. Okay, so we're gonna pull the blog ID from as a parameter from our URL, web URL. And we already did that here, okay? That's the ID. So now, what we're gonna do is import our use blog middleware. Use blog middleware. And then we're gonna say, let's see what we do need to pull out of it. Go to blog context state. We need that's going to be passed by the current blog. All right. So we need current blog, and we need get blog by ID. Okay. So let's bring this over here. So we need const current blog. We need get blog by ID. We need, what else do we need? We need toast in case we get an error. I'll try to get that. We also need clear toast. Okay. Yeah. All right. So now we're gonna do. We're gonna pull it. We're gonna say. Let's do it down here. We're gonna say use effect. It's going to be the current blog. We're going to pass the current blog. We're going to pass ID. We're going to pass toast. We're also going to pass clear toast. I don't believe we do need to pass get blog by ID, but it'll tell us if we do. Okay, so if not current blog, okay, so if not current blog, we're going to say get blog by ID. But also, what if we already have a current blog there, but it's not the same blog that we're trying to do. So we need to verify that the blog that we're trying to read is not an old blog that's registered in the system, but a new one. So if current blog is equal to null, or we have current blog, whoops. We have current blog, right? But the ID does not match. We're also going to do get blog by ID. Why am I getting an error here? Do I just need to save or what? Okay. Let's see. All right, put that there. Let's close that. And yeah, it's asking for get current blog by ID. So let's put that there, get current blog by ID. Wait, get blog by ID, sorry. Get blog by ID. And then if toast, we're gonna do for each, and we're gonna pass our toast, change it to Ellie for element, and we're gonna say toast element dot message, and then we're gonna do element Ellie dot type. Type is equal to, we have to import toast here. Import toast from React Toastify. All right, now if actually if current blog underscore ID is equal to our ID, we're gonna say set blog is equal to current. Now that we've done this, let's set a call to see what's going on. So we're calling this get blog by ID here, but we didn't add any logic. So let's see if we're actually reaching out. So let's do console info blog ID. It should print out our blog ID here. See? All right, so it's printing it out. Okay, so good. So let's remove that. And then let's see what this does. So we're gonna do we're gonna send a GET request to our API blog. We're passing the ID, and we're also passing the config because we need to authenticate ourselves. If you remember, our config also has our token. Okay, if it returns success, we're gonna pass the data, and current blog should populate here. If not, we should have some toast popping up. Get blog ID success is not there. Let me see a couple of the ones. Let me see what it says. Get blog by ID. Get blog by ID, not success. And we are getting an error. Let's see what is the error. Let's check our server here. Let me see what's the error that I'm getting. Let's read it. It says get API. Okay, so not found. So it's telling me that this this URL, this link, this endpoint is not reachable. That's what I'm reading from this. So let's go to our server. Okay, blog route. Let's see, blog route. We should be able to have a get. Okay, get blogs. Okay, now let's go to controller. Blog controller. See, I don't have a get blog by ID. Should have read that. So in the route, I can get a list of blogs, but I'm not getting a blog by ID. So it's gonna be similar to this one. Let's write it down. We're gonna say router get, and it's that simple. We're gonna make sure that we are able to get that here, get blog by ID, and we go to our blog controller, and over here we're gonna do const get blog by ID, async rec.res try, and here we go. So we're making sure that we're pulling from ID. We're getting the parameter from our URL, and the ID we're also getting that from rec. Once it finds it, it sends this. Actually, let's put let's do if we don't have a blog. We're gonna return res.status, say 404. You know, it's can't find JSON. We're gonna say message blog not found, error type. Okay. Now we're gonna try that again. What happened to my page? Here we go. Let's X these out. I have an error here. Blog controller. I need to export this. Okay, I know my ash crowd while waiting for changes before starting. We restarted, and now I'm getting a new error. It says bog is not defined. What the hell is bog? Oh, typo. Right here. Let's reload over here and see what we got. And voila. Okay, so we have our blog. Okay. Yeah, we have our blog. It's displaying my first blog. Let's go my second blog. That's one is also displaying. So we're gonna stop here, and over right now, as you see, you can update it if you want to, but I don't want it to be updatable by default. I want it to just be displayed, and I want to give the option, like with an edit button, where you can actually make it interactable, so you can update it. Welcome back. We created the infrastructure. We created the UI for our blog detail, and we also created the functionality. We connected it to our backend, so we're able to pull it. So now what we're going to do is we are going to we're going to modify the page so that way it's at first when it pulls it's not as interactive. So right now I can just change it. I have the save and cancel buttons, but I don't want those to be readily available. Okay, so a couple things that we need to do. All right. So first thing that we do need to do is we're going to hide this part that we just created at first. We're gonna return something different. So we're gonna do const display disabled, and we're gonna return. This time we're gonna do stack. We're gonna return not brackets, parentheses. We're going to do another stack, and this one is going to be direction row. Okay, let's close this stack, and let's close the first one to get rid of the error. Do I have stack? Did I pull stack? No, I did not. Let's get that. Let's add that here. Okay. So in this first row of stack here, what is that error? Oh, okay. I gotta close this one. So in this first, Lord have mercy. Oh, I did have it. It's right here. So let's get rid of that duplicate. And let's back here. That first row, what are we gonna have? We're gonna have a typography, and that's pretty much going to have our title. Okay. Typography. Let's do H5. Don't want it too big. Let's say SX. We're gonna give it a flex grow of 1. The reason we're doing that is because we want it to push. We're gonna put an edit and delete button on the right, and we want them to be pushed all the way to the right. So over here we're gonna say blog.title. Okay. Under that, we're going to say icon button. That's gonna have an unclick function, but we're not adding that yet. So that's gonna be the edit button, the edit icon. Let's just duplicate that. Okay, and this one is gonna be the delete forever button, the delete forever icon, and we're gonna get out of that Substack, and we're gonna do typography. That one is gonna be a paragraph, variant P, and it's gonna be blog content. Okay, so that's it. Well, not really. Now that we have this, let us create some functionality as to when to display what we have on screen right now versus what we just created. So pretty much all we're gonna do is we are going to create a disabled state. So const disabled, let's say on edit, no, edit set edit, use state, and that's going to be false. Okay. Something else that we need to add is we need the functionality for when we're doing delete and also when we're editing. So on delete, let's do that, and then const handle edit. Just gonna do that. We also need a temporary blog. So this one's gonna be temp set temp. I'll explain why we need the temp in a minute. Okay, so here, when we click the edit button, we're gonna do handle edit. And when we click the delete button, we're gonna do handle delete. Simple as that. And on the edit, what we're gonna do is we're gonna first set edit to true, and we're gonna create a temporary copy of our blog. So whatever state that our blog is in right now, we're gonna create a temporary version of it. We also need on cancel. Yeah, on cancel. Wait, const on cancel. Well, handle cancel. Right. So on cancel, what we're going to do is we're going to do the exact opposite of handle edit. Okay, so we're going to do set edit to false, and we're going to reset blog to temp. Okay, that's what we're going to do. We're going to reset the blog to temp. And let's see. Yeah, it's on click. Actually, you know what? It's not. Let's handle update. We're gonna change that. Update, because that's really what it is. And we're also gonna change the text to update. And then over here, I'm gonna do on click, handle, cancel. Const handle update. Yeah. Here's what we're doing. Under our paper, we're going to indent this. We're going to do a double indent. Okay. We're going to add a little bit of JavaScript code here. Just adding these here so that way I don't forget to close it. We're gonna do, if it's not edit, right? If it's not edit, we're gonna display disabled. So if we're not editing it, we're gonna display the disabled. Else, that's when we're displaying this right here. And voila. Right. Okay. So this is how this goes. But why is these should be all the way to the left? Oh, I see why it's not going all the way to the left. It should be flex grow, not flow grow. Flex grow. Some of you smart ones probably already figured this out and knew it was coming. Now, once I hit my edit button here, this entire thing will disappear, and then we're gonna have this. If we hit cancel, and here we go. Let's say I do this. I remove the updated, and I hit cancel. You see how the updated is back? The reason is because that's why we needed the temp. Okay, so we needed a temp variable to hold our blog in its unedited version of itself. So that way, if we decided to, you know what, we don't want to make any changes, even though we had already, no matter what we had already typed here, okay? No matter what we had already typed, if we decided against it and keep it as is, we preserve the original version in our UI. All right. What else that we need to do? Our paper right here. I'm gonna give it a little bit of background to differentiate it from everything else. So paper. I'm gonna do SX. Background color, let's give it silver. Actually, you know what? Let's say if it is, and I'm stuttering a little bit. I want to show you something. We can keep it like this, or we can say, if not edit, we're gonna say silver, else we're not gonna give it a background color if we are on edit. So this is how I have it. You guys can change the UI however you want to do it. Also, the next step we need to do is we had the functionality. Let's now handle the delete and update version. We do need use navigate from React Router DOM. So let's pull that here, const navigate. When we are deleting, we are automatically going to navigate back to our blogs, to our list of blogs. Okay, that's the first thing we're going to do. So for now, let's just hit that delete. It's not going to delete just yet. Okay, right now is all it's going to do is it's going to navigate. Okay, let's go back, navigate. All right. So what we do need now is we need the delete blog and the update blog functionality from use blog. So delete blog, update blog. And for each of them, so let's do the delete blog first. And so for to handle update, we're gonna do update blog, okay? And for delete, first we're gonna do update blog, and then we're gonna reset edit to null. I'm sorry, reset edit to false. And we're also gonna do set temp back to null. All right, and for handle delete, we're going to delete the blog and we're gonna navigate. All right, and we're gonna go, in order to do that, we already have all of that functionality in on our server, so we just need to go to our blog context, state, and it's update and delete. So let's do that. All right. So it's the put. We're gonna get send a put request. It's gonna go to our API/blogs, and it's gonna throw in the blog ID. The blog ID, we're gonna get that from our blog data. Okay, when we do update, we're sending the blog and it's gonna pull that on the blog data, and then the config here is gonna have our header. It's gonna have our headers, and included in the headers is going to be the our token that's gonna be used to authenticate us, because if this is not our blog, we don't want anyone to either update it or have the ability to delete it. So that's why we're sending headers as well. And if for whatever reason we have an error in the update blog, when we call that, it's gonna send blog fail to our reducer, and we're gonna get our toast, our alert. Okay, we're gonna do something similar to the delete blog. All right, so this one is a little bit different. We are sending, let me see, to the reducer. When we delete, we're sending, we're gonna return the blog ID, so that way we can filter it out from our context, and we're also going to send a toast, and that's on a successful deletion. Okay, that's what we have. Delete blog success. Actually, delete blog, not delete blog success. Should be delete blog. If we have any errors, of course, wait, delete blog is not, yeah, let's get rid of this. Welcome back. We did the delete and update functionality with UI, but we did somehow end up with a couple errors, and it's fairly simple. The error is that I was calling delete blog, whereas the proper action type is blog delete. So let's do that in our, so if you know in our context, it's blog delete, okay? So let's get rid of that in our state, and also let's fix that in our reducer, blog delete, okay? Also, we don't have update blog success. We have update blog, so let's go, let's check our reducer. It's update blog. Let's change that in our state. Update blog. And bingo. All right. Let's see if anything was triggered here. Alert. Update blog. Let's do update. See, this is not triggered. Okay, so update blog. I'm sending that here. Blog detail. And update. Oh, okay. See? Errors, typos, not your friend. Okay, now let's try this again. Let's say second update. Now we're working. Maybe not. What's my error? Let's close, reload. So it did update, but something happened where it's not updating in my UI. Okay, so let's do third update then. Let me see, so what happened on the third update? And the update, let me X this out. Oh, okay. See right here, it says cannot read properties of null. So this is in my reducer. I'm going to show you guys something. So let's do component, blog state. See, this is a list of all of my blogs. There's reload. Let's reload, right? Okay. So this should be a list of all of my blogs, okay? Now, if we go to my blog reducer, update blog, let's, I'll show you something. What I'm saying here is go through, see this, let's go back. Third update. Okay, you see this map right here? That's this function right here. But you'll notice if I reload, everything's working fine. But let's go to component. In our blog state, this is null. So here's what we're gonna do. We're going to do, in our blog detail, okay, we're also going to do blogs, all right? We're going to do if not blogs, we're going to do not get blog by ID. We're going to do get blogs. Get blogs. And of course, we got to pull that. So it's going to be blogs, get blog by ID. Wait, which one is missing? Not get blog by ID, it's get blogs. is it get blogs? Yeah, get blogs. Get blogs. Get blogs. Just want to make sure. Okay, so get blogs is not called. That's why I'm getting this error. Whoops. It's get blogs. Okay. Now we've reloaded. Let's reload. I'm still getting an error. So we're still getting an error, and the reason that I believe we're getting this error is because this length right here, I'm not running any code that is, like, at least I'm not supposed to be running any code that is trying to do some length. So I went back and I looked at it, and it is right here. So let's delete this length. It should just be if blogs. Okay. Let's get rid of the errors here. Actually, cancel. Let's reload. Okay. Update. This time we're on our 4th update. I know why it's not updating. I didn't need to do all of that. But hey, it is what it is. So we're going to do current blog. Okay. And our current blog is going to be the action.payload. So now it should update. Okay. It should update our system. So let's say 6 update. Voila. Let's remove that alert. It's a little bit annoying. Where is it? Here. Let's remove that and let's reload. We're now on our 7th. I'm not typing the whole 7th word. Update, and automatically updates. Now if we reload, voila. And we've been updating the title. Now let's just see what happens if we say hello. If we update the content, hello, my name is Matthew Media. We update, hello, my name is Matthew Media, and reload, still getting the same thing, which is great, which is what we want, right? Okay, now let's do the cancellation. Not cancellation, let's handle the delete. If we hit delete, blog deleted, it sent us back to our blog list. But something that I want to verify, I want to make sure that that toast is not going to populate again, and it didn't. And I'm making sure, yeah, toast is null. Okay, so this is it for deleting and updating blog. Welcome back. So we're gonna work on creating our new blog, and this is gonna be so much fun. So before we worked on the UI, we need to go back to our state and make a few changes. All right. So in create blog, in our create blog function, what we're doing is we're inside of our try catch function here. We are sending a post request to /API/blog, and we're passing it the blog data that we're sending, and we're also sending in the config. The config, every time we're because that's a private endpoint. Anytime we're updating, creating, deleting, even getting a blog, we need to authenticate ourselves to make sure that we have access to read, update, delete, and even get the damn blog. I only want to have access to my blogs. I don't want anyone else to have access to my blogs. Okay. At least that's how we're doing this project. All right. So we're sending the config because we're sending the config that has the header, and within the header is the token. That's the whole reason why we're sending the config. So we're sending the blog, and it's returning a success. It's also returning the blog data itself. Okay. Once it receives the blog data, once we receive that, we're gonna go in our reducer. It's going to set the current blog to the action.payload, and then we're also going to so here, just in case, for whatever reason, if our existing blog list, okay, if our existing blog list is null, we're gonna, that's what we're checking here. If the existing blog list, if it exists, if it's not null, we're gonna return the list. If it's not, if it doesn't exist, or if it's null, we're gonna return an empty array, and we're gonna save that to a local variable, and we're passing that here. All right. And so that's what we're doing. So that's what we've done so far. Now onto new blog. So we're now in our new blog. Couple things we need to import. Okay. We need to update this to use state, use effect. We need to import use navigate. Okay. We need to import use blog. We need to import all of this. Grid. Let me see. Make sure I get everything here. We need the container. So you know what? Let's just so I got everything correct. Let's do grid slider, which is going to be fun. Text field, container, button, paper, stack, typography, form control, label, and checkbox. Okay, we are also importing transition. Remember, we added that module of the React transition group. We are importing use blog. We are importing lorem ipsum. Lorem ipsum. If you guys haven't used that yet, it's so much fun. But this is importing it from the wrong directory, so it's updated it from lorem ipsum, and I see why that error was there. What else do we need? Transition. Oh, of course, we need toast. Import. That was a duplicate. Import GSAP from GSAP. So transition and GSAP, those two are, we're going to be using them for our animation. Okay. Okay, so new blog. Oh yeah, last but not least, let's do region, not icons, components. We're importing, import main container, and I believe ending region there, save. Main container, let's close that main container, fix that. We have our header. Let's do const. Nope, that's not what we're doing. Const new blog, set new blog. Okay, so use state. We're gonna do title, content. All right. We're gonna do const toast, clear toast, and we're getting that from use blog. We're gonna do create new. It's create blog. What else we need? Up here, let's do. No, not this. Navigate. Use navigate. Let's see what else we got. Yeah. Okay. So for now we're good. Let's do use effect. We're gonna do toast, clear toast. Actually, you know what? Let's do blogs as well. Blogs, get blogs. And let's get these two from here. Okay, initially we're saying if we don't have, if blogs is equal to null, let's get them. If we have a toast, first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna make sure we clear. Is it clear toast or clear errors? I don't recall what I had it. So let's go to toast context here. Blog state, it is clear errors. Right. Let's close that. It should be clear errors. Clear errors, clear errors. Right. Now we're gonna do toast for each. And we're gonna do toast like that. Did I get toast? Yes, I did. Okay. Okay. All right. So now let's add our container. Gonna give it a max width of medium. Okay. And we're gonna give it some styling. We're gonna give it padding vertical of 2 and a margin vertical of 1. We're gonna do background color, let's say silver. after this, when I'm done with everything, I think I may change that. And component, let's say paper. Let's increase this a little bit. Give it some breathing room. Okay. And let's close this container right here. Pre-save. Let's get our grid going. Grid container spacing 2. Let's close that grid. Let's get back into it. Let's get a grid item here. Our grid item, let's put our all right, so what we're doing now is we're gonna need our text field to get the title. So the label is going to be the title. The value is going to be new blog.title. On change, let's so you guys can see this. Okay, on change, and let's close this. Let's close this grid, and let's see what we have so far. Okay, it looks a little funky here. Let's give it like that instead. Okay, but this is what it's going to look like on a big screen. Wait, no, shouldn't be like this. Let's see, MY. Oh, okay. Let me renegotiate this width here. Okay. Should I just do the padding instead? You know what? PY. Okay. So let's take this, duplicate it, and this time it's going to be the content. And for our content, a couple things that we need to add. We're going to do multi-line. Okay. You'll see multi-line. Oh, we need to change that to content. Okay, change it to content. Multi-line, we're going to give it minimum rows. Say minimum rows 5, max 20. Max rows 20. 8. Yeah. 8, max 20. It can still take more if you run out. It'll just have a scroll bar right here. Okay. And then what we have left, we've got grid item. We're not gonna give it anything like any rows or anything like that. We're gonna throw in a stack. Stack spacing, direction row, and inside of our stack, we're going to throw in 3 buttons. Okay. first button is going to be our save button. Our second button is going to be a clear button. A third button is going to be a cancel button. As such. Okay, so let's add our second button. Let's give it some styling. See, variant is going to be outlined, and on click our on-click is going to be this. We're going to say set new blog. We're going to do title, content, like this. So how does that work? Let's add some mumbo jumbo here, and then when we hit clear, clears everything out. If our cancel button, on the unclick on that, it's just gonna navigate us away from this page. So it's gonna navigate /blogs. Okay, so cancel is we change our mind, we're not adding a new blogs, take me back to my blog list. That's what it should be doing. If we hit cancel, I have an error. Welcome back. We created the UI for a new blog, but we had an error. Let's say our error is unknown event handler property on click, it will be ignored. If you look closely, on click is a typo and it's right here. So let's add that C, and if we reload, we should not have the error message anymore. Okay, so now let's test this out. On click, navigate us back, and that it did. All right, our save button is gonna have its own on click as well, and that is handle save. Let's create this functionality right here. Yes, I know, I just said let's create that. Const handle save. And then we're gonna check. We're gonna make sure we have a title and content. So we're gonna do if, okay, so if new blog.title.length is greater than 0 and new blog.content.length is greater than 0, we're gonna do create new blog. Else, we're gonna set a toast. Please provide a blog title and content. All right, so let's test this out. Please provide a blog title and content. Actually, instead of and, oh yeah. Now let's just add the title without the content. We should have that. Let's get rid of the title, but add content. We should get this error. Okay, let's see. Let's hit cancel. Let's delete this my first blog. Okay, blog deleted. Now we're creating our very first blog. Let's say my first blog. This is my first blog. It should not say blog deleted. So we're able to create my first blog. I do see an error, and I will tackle that later. The alert that keeps popping, the toast, we have to change that. Let's go back to create blog. Let's do my second blog. This is my second blog. Hit save. All right, cancel. Now we have my second blog. All right, now we're gonna tackle the fun part here. We're going to use lorem ipsum to generate some blog content for us. All right, so let's do that. We're going to come here on top of everything else. We're going to do grid item, and we're going to do a form control label. It's going to be align left, align left. Control is going to be a checkbox, and the label is going to be auto generate. Let's see what that does. Okay, so we have a checkbox. All right, that checkbox needs to have a default value. So let's say const on generate, set on generate, and we're gonna set that to false. And we're also going to need a show generate blog option. Okay, const show generate blog options. All right, so over here in our checkbox, we're gonna do, actually let's because this is gonna be rather long, so let's make sure our indentation is on point. Okay, control check. All right, okay, check is going to be on generate and on change. Welcome back. We pretty much created the auto generate checkbox. In the next video, we're going to display those options. Okay, so we're going to do a grid item, but this specific grid item is going to be a little bit different. Okay, it's going to be a grid item. It's going to have full 12 column, but it's going to be a grid item and a grid container at the same time. And the way you do that is pretty much slap a container option to it, and then you're going to give it the spacing of 2. And it's going to behave just as if it was this one. All right. And one of the functionalities of that is it's able to function as a grid container and a child item at the same time. So we're going to add a grid, a subgrid to it, and it's going to be on large. It's going to be 4 columns. Okay. All right, and we're going to close this grid so that way we don't forget to close it later. Not a text field, we need a typography. And it's going to be words per sentence. words per sentence. And our slider, let's close that slider. Let's say value is equal to 5. Min, say word per sentence, the minimum word it could have, let's say min is equal to 3 words. Max is equal to 10. Okay. We're gonna change. These are gonna be changed later on, but I just want to show you what that looks like. Okay. So yeah, this is what that's gonna look like. A couple more options that we need to add to this slider. But before we add those options, there are several things that we need to do. One is we need to have, let's say, const lorem options and set lorem options. It's going to be use state. It's going to be an object. I'm going to say min word per sentence, and we're going to set that to 3. We're going to do max word per sentence. Okay, so min, max, and word per sentence. All right, and we're going to do the same thing for paragraphs. So it's min sentence per paragraph, max sentence per paragraph, and then sentence per paragraph. So let's go back for the max words. Let's say 16 words per sentence. That's a super long sentence. Word per sentence 4. That's the default. As far as sentence per paragraph, we're gonna have a minimum of 4 sentences per paragraph. Max sentence per paragraph, we're gonna put that at 20. And let's say minimum paragraph, let's put that at 5. Okay. Now we're gonna have min paragraph per blog. We're setting that at a minimum 2. Max paragraph per blog, we're setting that at 10. And paragraph per blog, we're setting it at 3. Okay? Okay, let's go to our checkbox, and then we're gonna do, let's keep it simple. Let's do that, okay? And we can just delete this right here. Okay, we're gonna need handle generate. Yeah, let's do that. Handle generate function. So when we're generating a function, we're gonna do const lorem. That's gonna equal to new lorem ipsum. It's gonna be sentence per paragraph. Okay, so the max is gonna be lorem options max sentence per paragraph. The min, okay, and then we're gonna close that, and then we're gonna do word per sentence. Max is going to be like this. Min, it's gonna be that. Okay, and we are closing. You know, we're gonna do set new blog. A set new blog is going to be a we're going to do title of our blog. The title is we're going to do lorem ipsum generate sentence. And our sentence is actually generate sentences. Okay, and then we're going to pass a numerical value. That numerical value is we're telling lorem ipsum to generate one sentence for us. That's going to be the title. And then for the content, we're going to say generate paragraphs. And on that one, we're going to do paragraphs per blog, but I see a typo here. So it's paragraph per blog. Okay. Now, only thing left to do is to go back to our sliders. Where's our sliders? Okay. To go back to our sliders and add these. So, our min is going to be lorem options min word per sentence. Actually, let's just copy this, paste here. Max is max word per sentence, and this one is going to just be word per sentence. Last but not least, what we're going to do is we're going to make sure that we are able to modify it. Let's wrap here. Okay. So if I save, see, I'm able to change this. All right. But let's make this more visually appealing. Sliders also are able to have marks. And what are marks? Marks are essentially a couple things that we can add, like if you want to say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, however many, okay? So I'm just going to add 2. I'm going to say it takes an array. Actually, that takes an array. The first one, it takes a value. Let me modify this real quick. So it takes a value. The value is going to be lorem options min words per sentence. And the label actually is the same thing. Let's do min word per sentence. I need to get rid of this error here. Okay, with that, let's just put everything on that one line. Okay, so let's do that, and then we're gonna do max. So you'll see now, minimum we can have is 3, max is 16. So let's quickly duplicate all of this. This one is, the next one is sentences. per paragraphs. Sentences per paragraph. And this one is min sentence per paragraph and min sentence per paragraph. Max sentence per paragraph and max sentence per paragraph. Let's put that over here. Okay, let's put it here, make it look better. Okay. Just bring the label down with it. Okay. Yeah. And here we have min, we have max, and here we have sentence per paragraph, and over here, sentence per paragraph. Save. We're able to update as we go forward. And last but not least, we're gonna do paragraphs per blog, and it's min paragraph per blog. Min paragraph per blog. Max paragraph per blog. And let's do the same thing for this one. Max and paragraph per blog, and voila. Okay. Last but not least, we're exiting out of this subgrid, and then we're gonna do a grid item. I'm not gonna give it any columns, and we're just gonna throw a button on here. And our button, we're gonna do full size, full width. That's gonna be equal to false. Make sure I do that. Size, not worried about the size because that should be automatic. Not worried about the color because that should be taken care of on the theme. And on generate, handle generate, that's the click, and then we're gonna do generate blog, and then we're gonna close out that button tag and close that grid. Now let's see the magic. It is working. It's clear, generating again, clear. Let's make some changes here. Generate, clear, say, let's keep it at 3 paragraph. Actually, we didn't do the hold on. Paragraphs. Why is that not min oh, here we go. Graph. per blog. Let's see. Okay, so now we have our, okay. Keep it at 2, generate. Yeah, so this is the end of our first paragraph, I believe. Yeah, okay. Now if we hit save, okay, we hit save, we're gonna have a blog with this title, okay. Let's go back to our blogs, and here we go. This is our third blog. Let's go back and create a new blog. Let's generate, hit save. Let's go back to our blogs. We now have a fourth one. Welcome back. We created the UI for our auto-generate functionality. This time we're gonna give it some animation. All right. So let's do that. First thing we're gonna do is on line 94. Well, line 94 for me, all the way to line 140. Yeah, 94 to 40. We're gonna add a transition. So if we do transition, timeout. For the transition, we're gonna give it a timeout of 1000. And we're gonna do onGenerate, and we're gonna give it a mount on enter, and unmount on exit. And then we're gonna just close out the transition. All right. And I believe as of right now that should remove, well, not remove it, but not display it, okay? So two things that we gotta add to our transition. We have to add on entering. Wait, what was that? Okay. On entering. It's gonna pass it a node, which is gonna be itself. And we're gonna do GSAP. We're gonna do the from, and that's gonna be the node. Then we're gonna pass it an object, and we're going to move it on the y-axis. Okay, so we're gonna do from -50, and auto alpha, we're gonna set that to onGenerate. That's gonna be 0 and 1, and the duration is gonna be 0.5. So that's okay. And for the add end listener, we're gonna do GSAP2. We're gonna pass it the node, and also on the y-axis we're gonna do the opposite. It's gonna be onGenerate. It's gonna be 0 minus 50. Auto alpha, that's gonna be onGenerate. If generate, set it to 1. If not, set it to 0. And on complete is gonna be done. So we're closing the gap, the GSAP, and now we're closing the add end listener. Let's see what it does. And voila, we now have animation. Let's try everything else on generate, save, and here we go. Welcome back. We animated the auto generate options. We're gonna add a new blog here. So the new blog title is gonna be will update Elliot. Okay, I'm gonna click save, and then I'm gonna hit cancel. As remember that cancel will bring us back to the blog page, and now we have will update Elliot, but it's not really, the user experience is not really great if they have to save and hit cancel to go back. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna implement a little bit of logic, so that way when we hit save, okay, it's going to automatically redirect us to the blog detail page. So let's go ahead and take care of that. So in order to do that, what we're going to do is we're going to go into the blog reducer, and in the new blog success, actually let's go to blog state first. We're going to create a new variable, a new state variable. We're going to call it, actually we call it blog created. It's going to be a Boolean value. Okay. Then let's pass it here, blog created, and we're gonna create a function. Let's say clear current, const clear current. You're not gonna pass anything. So what that one is gonna do is whatever the current blog is. Actually, let's call it clear current blog. Okay. All we're doing is we're gonna pass a type, and we're gonna call it action type clear current. We're gonna go back to our context action to make sure we have clear current. We do not. Clear current blog. Yeah. Clear current blog. Sure we have that. Let's go back to the state. Clear current blog. And also, let's do something about clear errors here, okay? You'll notice that some of my errors were not, some of my toast were kept repopulating, so that's why I didn't add any functionality to it. So we just did that. I'm gonna hit save. Let's pass clear current blog. Let's go to our reducer one more time. And it's clear current blog, and all we're doing is we're saying current blog is equal to null. Once we have clear current blog is equal to null, we're going to go back to the new blog success. If you recall, we had the blog created variable here. So let's go back to the reducer, and we're gonna do blog created, and we're gonna set that to true. All right. So we're setting that to true, and then over here in the clear current blog, we're gonna set it to null. All right. So I'm having an error. Need to figure out why. Okay, that error is gone. All right. So now in our new blog, what we're gonna do is we have to call clear current blog, and we're also getting blog created variable. And in our use effect, we're just gonna call these two. We're gonna get blog created and then clear current blog. We're gonna do if blog created navigate, and we're gonna say backtick blog, not blog created. We're gonna navigate to actually, let's say const underscore new blog is equal to current blog. Okay. Current blog underscore ID. So we just need the ID. See, let's just do ID here. Okay. Current blog ID. Let's get the current blog also. Current blog. What's the error? What's the navigate? Okay. Navigate. We have blog created. Okay. All right. So we're gonna say if blog created. We're gonna get the ID for the current blog. We're gonna clear current blog, and we're gonna navigate to blogs/ID. So let's see how that plays out. We generate that. Okay. So I had an error. I'm gonna try to replicate it here. So when I click create new blog, over here on my new blog page, this right here is gonna trigger an error, and I'll show you why. So it's gonna say if blog created. Okay, so when I click save, this is going to turn to true. And I'm saying if blog is created, then find the current blog, get the ID, clear current blog. Actually, no, I don't need to clear the current blog. So yeah, get the ID and navigate to the new one. Okay. But let's see what's the error we're gonna get here. Let's hit save. The error that I'm getting, okay, cannot read property of null underscore. So it cannot get this current blog, and the reason for that is because in the blog reducer under the new blog success, I'm not setting the current blog, so I need to do current blog is equal to action.payload. Okay. Current blog like this. Now that I have that, if we reload, generate, now we should be redirected. I'm making a lot of mistakes here, so part of the reason why this is not working is because I have triple R's here. So we're gonna try that again. Let's reload, auto generate, And here we go. Welcome back. We are going to work on our profile. As of right now, it's practically naked. So let's work on that. And then once we're done with our profile, we're going to work on our themes and make this look pretty. All right. So let's get this started. So for our profile, what do we need here? So let's click on profile, and then let's adjust our page here. Okay, so our profile, we're going to import a couple things. We're going to import container and all from MUI. So let's get that out the way. MUI material. So container, stack, text field. We're gonna need a box. We're gonna need button. I believe that's it for now. And we're gonna need, let's say, region. I always like to do that. Region. Component. Import main container from, here we go, and then we're gonna close region. We are also importing our use auth from, let's see, let's exit out to exit out of page, middleware, and that's context hooks, and let's do use state, use effect. All right, so let's get our main container. Let's see what that looks like. So it's, I got out a little bit too much. All right, so here we go, main container. Okay. I'm gonna throw in a container. Give it a max width of medium. We don't want it too big. Let's close that container. And let's put a stack. Spacing on that one is going to be 2. So now we're gonna add our, actually let's do box. Let's give it a little bit of styling. Display is going to be flex, and justify content, and that's justify content in the box is going to be flex end, and I'll show you why. That one is going to add our edits button, so we're going to do button, a button, let's say edit. All right, and then we're gonna close out that box. Okay. All right, we need a little bit of padding here in our container, so let's do SX. Let's see, MY is equal to 3. Okay. And now, okay, so before we do that, we need to create a variable to hold our user. So let's go const profile, set profile, and that's going to be, set it to an empty object. Okay, so now we can do text field. The label for that is going to be first name, actually. First name. Name is going to be first name. Value, first name, and unchange. Unchange. Let me see something here. See if I could just do that. Throw the value here. Let's see what happens. And then close this out. Let me see if I can change that. You know what? Let's see. Let's remove that. Let's do the same thing. Put it at the bottom. Let's see what happened. No, that doesn't work. It doesn't work like that. So let's do e.target. Wait, wrong one. Let's do e.target.value. Okay. All right. So this one is last name. Last name. Take the same thing here, put it here, get rid of this. E.target.value and last name. Okay. So let's save that for now and see what it says. Okay. And you know what? I'm gonna add location. So let's just do this real quick. All right. Now this is not something that we have added to the user model yet, but we're gonna add it. So just something to display. Let's say location. Do location like this. All right. A couple things that we need to do. Let's do another stack. Spacing 2. This one we're gonna give it a direction of row, and then we're gonna add 2 buttons. First button is gonna be update, and second button is going to be cancel. All right, and then we're gonna close out that stack. Welcome back. So far we've created the UI for our profile. So now we're going to first work on displaying the data, and then we're going to work on the edit, update, and cancel functionality. So first, let's display our user data. Let's deconstruct from our use auth. So we're going to do current user, and it's going to be get profile, because that's going to be the and we're going to do that from use auth. Okay. So now we're going to be using use effect. Actually, that's going to be like that, and yes. And it's going to be current user and get profile. So we're going to do if not current user, we're going to do get profile. And if current user, we're going to set it to, set profile to current user. And just by doing that, we should be, here we go. Our data is displaying. Of course, the location is not something that we already have saved yet, but we're gonna add that in the update section. I don't want these to be interactive right now. You notice I can change them. I want to be able to just hit edit. So let's do something about that. So const is disabled, set is disabled, and use state, we're gonna set that to true. And for our all three of our text, we're gonna do this. Hold Alt and click, and then we're gonna do disabled is equal to is disabled. And so now should not be interactive. Okay. Now that we've done that, I want the update and the cancel buttons to disappear when disabled is equal to true. When disabled is equal to false, I want the edit button to disappear, and I want the update buttons here to show. So how are we gonna do that? On here we're gonna say is disabled. Like that. Let's take care of the indentation here. Else, we're displaying null. And then down here, we're pretty much going to do the exact opposite. So if not is disabled, like this, we're returning null, like that. Okay, so couple things that we need to add. We're gonna say const handle, let's say handle disabled. Yeah, handle disabled. We're gonna do set is disabled to false. Let's do on const on handle cancel. Handle cancel. We're gonna do set is disabled to true, and also let's do handle update. Handle update. For now, we're gonna do set is disabled to true as well. Okay, so let's do on this one. Let's do on click, and it's gonna be handle disabled. On the update, we're gonna do on click. It's gonna be handle update, and on the cancel button, it's gonna be handle cancel. So now you're about to see some magic, like that. Okay, so far, so good. All right. So before we're able to move forward, okay, we have to add some functionalities here. And the way we do that is we go to our server, we go to models, we go to user, and we add a location. So location, that is going to be type string. Okay, we close that. We go to our, not the model, we go to the controller. We create a function. We're going to do const update user. All right, update user, we add a try catch. Error, okay. Let's get this out of the way. So on the update user, we have to get the ID. So we're gonna say const user ID is, we're gonna get that from the rec, not the rec user. We're gonna do rec params dot ID. Okay. And then we're going to do, let's see what we got to do. Now that we have the rec.user, now that we have the user ID, okay, we need to, let's compare. Let's say if, because we need to make sure that the user has the, has the right authorization. They have to be updating their own profile. So we're gonna say if user ID is not equal to rec.user.id, we're gonna return res.status. It's gonna be a 401, and we're gonna return unauthorized action. Okay. Else, we're going to say let user is equal to not, we're not going to do user.find by ID. We're going to do user, how do I do this? It's going to be user.find1 and update. Okay, find one and update. What we're going to do is we're going to pass the ID. We're going to pass the user ID. Okay, and then we're going to pass the rec.body. And then this right here is, it's an option. It's going to return new. So it's going to return the saved, the updated version. Okay. And then let me close that. Oops. So something else that we're gonna add here. Let's say, yeah. Let's say for some reason the user is not found. Let's send that. All right. Else we're gonna say res.json.user. Okay. So now that we've created a update user function, let's export it. Update user. And now we go to our user route, okay, update user, and let's copy this. Actually, hang on one second. Let's copy this, bring it down a little bit. It's going to be a put because we're updating. It's going to be update. Actually, no. It's going to be a put, and it's going to have the ID, and then we're going to do update user. Okay. And we're also authenticating here. Now that we've done this, all we have to do now is go back to our client, go to our context, auth state. We're gonna create now, let's do this. Let's do update user. Okay, instead of a get, it's gonna be a put, and it's gonna have user data. We're gonna do user data, and we're also gonna pass the config. Here we're gonna say update. No, not update. So we got to do backticks here. Okay. The reason we're doing backticks is because we're gonna pass the user data dot underscore ID, and then we're gonna do set user, and then if anything we're gonna do auth error right here. Okay, and once we do that, we're gonna go down also and export update user, and now in our profile we can just do we can do update user function. All right, now when we do handle update, we're going to just call update user and pass it the profile. So how do we do this? Let's say what's the city? Let's say Detroit, Michigan. All right. Let's hit update. See, now that it's saved. If we're to log out, okay, we log out and we log back in. Let's go back to our profile. We now have Detroit, Michigan, and if we go to our database, Peter Pan has now been updated to have a location of Detroit, Michigan. Okay. So now for our cancel function. All right. Let's see. We need to have a temporary variable. Let's just call it temp, set temp, and we're gonna set that to null. Let's use state null. Okay. Now, why do we need that? When we click on edit here, this handle disable is going to trigger. We're going to hold a temporary copy of our profile. Okay, so we're going to do set temp, and we're going to pass it profile. And when we hit cancel, we're going to set profile back to temp. All right, and then we're going to do set temp. We're going to set it back to null. So let's see. Let's change this to Sacramento, California. All right, now I'm not hitting update, I'm hitting cancel. See how it goes back to Detroit, Michigan. Now let's say Brooklyn, New York. Okay, hit cancel, it goes back to Detroit, Michigan. Now let's say Spring Valley, New York. I hit update, it now changes. Go back to my database. It's now set to Spring Valley, New York. All right, so we now have updated. We're not able to display our profile, and we're able to update. Now, if you want to add more fields, you can do that. Just add the fields first. You got to add the fields to your user model. Okay, add the fields to your user model, and if it needs additional logic to update it and whatnot, you can do that. You can do that in your controller. Make sure you export it and call it out in your routes, like we're doing. But I believe this is it for the profile. Last, what we're going to do is we're going to focus on our theme. to make this thing looks a little bit prettier. All right, we don't have any blogs. You know what? Let's create a blog right now for this profile. Let's generate. Okay, let's go to blog. Let's create another one. Well, hold up. Blog, create blog. What is this? Hold on. Okay. We'll work on that in a minute. Welcome back. If you remember, I had an error every time I wanted to click create a new blog. I would be transported to the new blog, but then I would be redirected to a blog, which would be the current blog. The reason for that is because if we go to new blog, let me fix this indentation right here. If we go to new blog, you'll notice over here if it says blog created, it's automatically going to navigate us to this one right here. So this is what's triggering in our use effect. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. Okay, because anytime we create a new blog, this blog created is going to be set to true. Okay. So how do we solve that, right? This is going to be set to true. So how do we solve that? We gotta create a way so that way when we a way to reset blog created to false, right? Because on our blog reducer over here, what is it? New blog success. We have to create. We're setting it to true. Let's say today we come in, we create a new blog, and then after we create this new blog, we decided we created a second blog. Well, this blog created is going to be set to true because of the first one we created. Okay, so what I did was in the clear current blog, instead of just the current blog is equal to null, I also set the blog created to false as well. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go to our blog list, okay, and our blog list, which is let's see, blogs, this page, okay. Whenever we whenever we click on create blog, okay, that's when we're going to clear current blog. So let's do that. Actually, this button, let me see, let me add this as well. Actually, you know what? Let me get rid of, no. Let's do this. Click, add it to this right here. All right. And I believe I can just get rid of this altogether. Yeah. Let me get rid of this altogether. I don't need that button here. It just goes up here. Okay. All right. So, how do we fix that issue? All right. So let's on blog list. Let's say const on create new blog. We're gonna do, instead of on click, we're gonna remove this. Okay. We're gonna do on create new blog. That's the function. And then we're gonna pass. We're gonna do navigate. Actually, no. Let's do this. Let's clean it up a little bit. Okay, and then we're going to extract, what is it? This function. No, not the auth state. The blog state, it's going to be clear current blog. Okay, and we're gonna call that, right, actually, we're gonna call it right before we navigate. So, just to show you, we're gonna do create blog. Okay, we're gonna generate one. We're gonna hit save, navigates. We're gonna go back to blog, and we're gonna do create blog. You'll notice it's not redirecting like it was doing before. Welcome back. So we finally get to work on our themes. As you'll notice, this is a little bit ugly. To my opinion, our nav bar, our header here, is a little bit too thick. I'm not really liking the color. Yeah, got a couple things that we need to change. Let's see, create new. Yeah, buttons. Let's change the themes, okay? So, we are gonna go in our themes here. First thing we're gonna do is we are going to create some palettes, okay? And for our palette is we're gonna do primary. Palette is our colors. Our primary is gonna be primary main, and our color for that one is going to be 1FB FC1. And the moment I save, you're gonna notice a huge difference. So you see all of that, okay? And then let's do, I think I have light. Actually, let's see, secondary color. I'm not sure if I'm gonna end up using that secondary color, but let's do main FFB300. Okay, and text light, it's gonna be this one, and let's say primary as well. Okay, so as you'll notice, let me see which one's here. Change my light. Okay. All right, so my buttons here are white, which is what I need. Okay, so whenever the background is this color, I don't know what it is, teal, cyan, whatever it is. Whenever it's this color, I want my buttons to be white. So this is working properly here in my header, but it's not working in the buttons, and we're gonna fix that soon. Okay, so if we slide down to our buttons, MUI button, we're gonna remove this here. Okay, if we remove that, we save, nothing much gonna change really. But if we do color, FFF, you'll notice all right here, they're white. Okay, so now that I have that, let's go to my components, header, and remove this right here. I was inline styling it to white. Let's remove that. You'll notice that they still remain white. Okay. All right, go back to light theme. What else we're going to do? Our MUI text, that remains the same. 18 small dents. Okay. Let me see, MUI buttons, that also remains the same. MUI card, our cards right here. Let's see. Okay, that remains the same. Typography, align left. Okay, that remains the same. MUI, our app bar. Okay, so let's work on the app bar. So it's MUI app bar. So what we're going to work on right now is we're going to reduce some of the paddings here. Okay, it's in the overrides and it's going to be in the root. We're going to do padding. I believe we're going to set that to 0. Just close a couple of these and let's see the magic. See how it's reduced here? All right. Let me put my cursor right here. And now I save, you're gonna notice it's gonna go below. You see how it's below the point of the arrow? Let's fix that. Perfect. It's a little bit better. What else are we doing? Our list item here, I'm going to change the color as well. Okay, so let's do MUI list item text. If you want to know how I know, let's go to our blog list. And right here, this is what we're changing. Okay, this is what we're changing. Let's do style overrides, root, and we're just changing the color. Let's see if I do, actually I want that one, but let's see what happens if I just put primary. Will that change? No. Okay. Let's do that. Let's do that. Okay. Now it changed, but I do not want it to have this underline. So what I'm going to do, I cannot style it in the theme because let me show you again. The underline is not coming from the list item text. It's actually coming from the link here, which is not a property of Material UI. It's a property of, it's a component of React Router DOM. So here, what I'm going to do in the link, okay, I'm going to give it some inline styling. So we're going to do style. We're going to do text decoration. And we're going to pass that to none. And that should take care of it. That should remove the underline. And here we go. Okay. This list right here, I want to give this list a background. Okay. So MUI list. Let's see if I can do that. Style override, root, background color. color do I want to give it? Let's give it the same background color as my card. Where's my card? Background color. Let's copy this one. Let's put that there. Oh, I didn't close these, so of course I'm gonna get an error. Save and voila. What else we need to do? Okay. I believe this is it. Yeah. Let's see. Let's look at all of our other pages. Okay. Oh, something else that I want to do. This right here. The title is a little bit too long. So what I want to do is I also want to truncate the title. So let's go to blog card. Okay, and just like we truncate the content here, let's do the same thing for the title. Okay, so let's do, and let's say 40. Let's see what happens at 40. Okay, that's more presentable like that. What else I want to do? This demo blog right here. Let's do something with it. Header. Demo blog. Let's do color white. Let's see what happened. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So far so good. Copyright. Let's give this copyright a color as well. Let me see, text, primary. Okay, so copyright. Okay, so let's do SX. No, style, color, pound. Let's throw that in there. Color. Let's see. Light theme. Primary. Okay, so now the whole thing. All right, perfect. Let me see if I even needed to do this right here. Nope, didn't. It inherited it. Okay. What else we need? Yeah, I'm not liking this one. Okay, so let's go to blog detail. Okay. Blog detail. Let's update this real quick. Instead of typography, let's do text field instead. Gonna do value is equal to blog content, and we're gonna do disabled, and we're gonna close that. Let's see what happens here. Okay, so okay, but it's not displaying the whole thing. Let's also do multi-line. All right, perfect. Okay, so that is working. I guess we can keep it like this. Let's do, yeah, let's do label content. Oops, content. Right. And what else? Yeah, up here as well. Let's copy this. Okay, let's do that. Gonna remove the multi-line. Let's get rid of this. Okay, it's also disabled. All right, but instead of content, let's do title. Let's see. Okay, so over here, because we have our text to white, it's not displaying. Okay, so now let's go to this button. We're gonna do color. Let's see, color, is it primary? No. Wait, let's do SX color primary. That main. Yeah, primary that main. That works. Okay. What else do we need? If we hit cancel, everything just works fine. You know what else I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go ahead and remove this ugly background here. Yeah, let's do that. Let's remove that ugly background. Okay, I want to change the icons, the colors. Okay. Yeah, let's change the colors. Okay. Let's change the colors. So you would think for MUI, for the icon, you would go MUI icon, right? Nope. It is MUI SVG icon. And we're gonna go style override. We're gonna go to the root. We're gonna go color. Okay. So we changed that. So notice that when we change this, our avatar right here is not showing. So the reason it's not showing is because the avatar is now the same color as the background. So what we're going to do is we're going to give it a background color of white. Okay. Now we give it a background color of white. We also are aware that we got an ugly white square here. All right. So how do we fix that? We give it a border radius of 50%. And voila. Okay. So yeah, this is how you fix it. Profile, blogs. Yeah. And neat little trick that I did. So you'll notice here in tempora, labore, whatever, the title here is truncated. But if you hover over it, the tooltip gives you um, the full title. All right. Um, so yeah. Well, this is it, guys. This is the end of our lovely tutorial. Um, it's been a pleasure. Um, Let me know what you guys want to see next, and I'll be more than happy to oblige. Thank you for your time. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and comment. Let me know what you thought about this tutorial. It's rather long, but I enjoyed it. Um, it's my first, nah, not my first. Well, it's my first tutorial. Backend tutorial, but not my first project. Um, but yeah, guys, let me know what you think. See you in the next project.